your stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, we're rolling.
Ready? Call the meeting to order. Can we call the roll, please?
Mark Nonig,
Here.
Carl England,
Here.
Quentin Nyman, Jack Prothero,
Here.
John Satry,
Here.
Maggie Peterson, Jeff Greenfield,
Here.
Senator Sales,
Here.
Representative McCarthy.
Harry Collins, too.
Pardon me?
I'm here too.
Did I not call you? I called him. Sorry, I may have screwed that up.
This is a reminder that there's a video recording of the meeting, so you're on record. Anything you say could be used against you or in your favor for that matter. Now is time on the agenda for public comment, anything within the jurisdiction of the Montana Board of Investments but not on the agenda. The public is welcome to come forward and discuss. Seeing none. We go to the minutes of the, first of all, the November 13-14, 2017 meeting. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the minutes as printed.
Second. Second. Thank you. Any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That motion carries. Now the January 25, 2018 telephone conference, right? Meeting minutes. Do I have a motion on that?
I make a motion to approve that too.
Thank you, Jack. Second as well. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion carries. That moves us to committee reports. We'll start with the audit committee. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The audit committee met this morning and reviewed and discussed the status of our 2017 financials, the audit, and an upcoming legislative audit committee meeting. Our audit contains some recommendations for us to make some changes in what we do, and staff is addressing that currently. The Legislative Audit Committee will be meeting the 28th to review, I don't know exactly what, do they accept the audit? Is that what happens? To review and accept the audit on the 28th. David will not be available for that, but some board members will be attending, as well as Julie and other staff. The fiscal, and on the heels of the 2017 financials, the 2018 ones are starting up. We will have a compliance audit this year, and looking forward to that. We reviewed our 2018 audit checklist, which was fairly easy to review because it's the first meeting of the year and we don't have any actions yet. We were given an update on the status of the RFP for internal controls auditing services. An RFP was issued for this on January 30th, and final comments in response to questions were sent out on February 10th. 5 firms asked questions, 9 firms have indicated interest, which is quite a bit more than the last time we went through this process. The RFP closes February 19th. And, Mr. Chairman, that's the report of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, John. Any questions with regard to the audit committee? Okay. Make a motion to accept the audit committee report. We normally do that, don't we? Have a motion?
No,
In that case, we will. We'll move on. It's all right. We didn't have any decision packages. So.
Do we need as a board to formally adopt the response to the legislative audit?
I don't know.
Has that been sent?
We sent, I signed it. You're right, but I know when we've done this before, we let them know that was sort of the consensus of the board, but the board can't really act until we meet it, so.
You want to ratify it?
Why don't you make the motion now?
So moved.
Seconded.
I guess I moved that the board formally adopt the response to the audit that's contained in the February 1st, 2018 letter from our executive director to the legislative auditor that's in the materials from the audit committee.
And I'll second that.
I just note that it really is a board representative's letter because there was a lot of input from board members. So it was clearly a consensus.
Right.
Any further discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, John. Carl, Human Resources.
Well, the Human Resources Committee met. We had no real business or decisions in front of us. We had a positive report on the status of things at the board in terms of our people from the executive director, and that's our report.
Questions regarding the Human Resources? Seeing that? Jack?
Okay, the loan committee just met also. We had a couple actions. First one we did was an intercap loan. Loan committee approved the city of Poplar a request for $1,433,000 to finance the upgrade of the city's wastewater treatment plant. Once that's completed, the rural development will do a loan and take us out on that. We've done a lot of these and they've worked well. That does not require a full board approval. Loan committee is authorized to approve a loan of that size. The second thing that loan committee looked at is a big loan. It was a request from the Springs of Bozeman LLC for a total loan from Board of Investments of $28 million. It's a big loan for us. We spend a lot of time at the loan committee looking at details. We had a good report from Doug Hill and also had some guests, the project people that are doing this, that we had the opportunity to ask some questions. Because it is a big loan, and for the record, Doug, if you just come up and just do a quick highlight for the record of what the request is.
Certainly. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I presented the request at loan committee today. The total loan request to the board was for $28 million. The total loan with the participation with the Bank of Montana is $38 million. The term on it is 20 years. It's to provide long-term financing for a 175-room retirement facility in Bozeman, Montana. The project is anticipated to start construction in March of this year and be completed at the end of 2019. As we discussed in loan committee, it appears that there's a demand for this project in Bozeman, and we were able to meet with the management of the Springs Living individuals from Harrison Street Real Estate Capital and Bank of Montana, and we feel it's a good project. It's going to be a quality project and a nice addition to Bozeman and the Bozeman community. Any questions?
Most of us were at the loan committee. Are there any other additional questions for Doug? Scott? You're good?
So if there's no questions, a motion coming from me to the full board, based on the approval of the loan committee, that the full board approves the loan request to the Springs of Bozeman LLC.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
Second?
Second.
Second. Moved and second. Is there further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say
Mr.
aye.
Chairman, before I vote, not vote on this because I represent Bank of Montana, so I can't myself.
Thank you. We have enough?
Wait,
We have a quorum?
Paul's accusing that.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Okay, gotcha.
We have a quorum?
We do.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. You're welcome to stay. You need not. Next on the agenda is TRS and ERS. Jeff, you want to start?
I don't have a report. We're meeting later on this week. We haven't met since our last BOI, and Mr. Collins is going to be there as well on Friday. So I'll have a report next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we met last week, and one of the issues that I wanted to report to this board is because of the new reporting system, Eric. We hired an internal auditor, and he was able to go out and audit 15 different entities throughout the state. And 7 of those had no recommendations. So, and what he was auditing was whether or not the individuals that were supposed to be in the plan were in the plan, whether they were reporting correctly. So there were 3 issues. No recommendations, there were 7. Optional membership issues where they didn't offer optional membership to those individuals that were scheduled to work less than 960 hours. There were 6 findings there. And all but 2 of those have been corrected. And then errors in reporting, there were 3 of them. One of those also had an optional membership issue. And those 3 have been corrected. So it's nice that this system is doing what it was intended to do, to get more accurate reporting. So our major issue.
Anything else?
Nope.
Nope. Any questions? Thank you. For the liaisons, so it's not your, Scott, you have any report for us?
Well, I'm sorry I missed your meeting in November, but we were tied up over at the legislature.
You heard about that, yeah.
Would have rather been here probably. Went pretty smoothly, probably read about it in the paper a little bit. Probably a difference of opinion depending on your position in government, but no, I don't have anything to offer of any consequence.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to executive director report. David?
Mr. Chairman, so we are on tab 2. Usually starts with the report that you've seen. So the first order of business I always try to cover is what you directed staff. So the loan program outreach effort, which is in item G, when the loan committee shows staff, we have pretty extensive outreach efforts between Intercap and Doug. Any questions on our outreach effort? It's something on both a combination of ad hoc and systematic. Louise and staff routinely hit a number of conferences, and then Doug makes a plan of outreach. We did have some additional outreach. He did put the letter out to the Economic Development Council folks. Actually got some response from it. So we are mindful that we need to keep Montanans aware of the mission of the Board of Adjustments. Questions?
Appreciated that. That was good.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I noticed in our materials that RBK has met your request to try to show for the longest time available in RBK materials rates of return. Do I have that right? Thank you.
Correct. We'll be happy to go through those details tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Questions of RBK? I think we've got that. Quarterly cost report, we do give you a detailed breakout of the costs incurred to date through the quarter. Questions on that report? Monthly snapshot, you get both the monthly snapshot emails to you. Are you getting it? We get it. We do provide numbers. It's this. So we have this in the packet, and then we do this. We do email members this monthly, and so let's be sure that our rates. I think they're on the little bit. So again, this is our snapshot. I tried to answer 90% of the questions I sort of get from the public as to how big we are in various metrics. Moving on, no questions on the snapshot. Ethics policy, as a matter of state law, as a matter of your policy, which in my mind has, in a sense, for us who work for you, the status of law. We have an ethics policy that is articulated, given that we are in the business of overseeing money, and so there are certain ethical considerations that rise to a somewhat more specific standard. I won't say a higher standard, but even a more specific standard. Mr. Chairman, all of your staff have signed the ethics policy in compliance with board governance, and that we would ask fellow board members to sign the ethics policy as part of your, I don't think it's a legal requirement, but it's certainly a cultural requirement that you have set for yourselves. No questions or comments?
And that was in your packet,
In the front.
front of the packet,
Yep, the
so
front.
just turn it into Dana.
Yep.
Yes. E is the annual report and financial statements update. I think we had a long discussion in the audit committee about that. Are there any questions as far as our financials are unmodified, certain aspects and issues, and yes, I would acknowledge some deficiencies were shown, were noted by our legislative auditor, who is a separate state agency. We will be presenting ourselves to that legislative audit committee of legislators in February, and we are taking steps to address those deficiencies and report back to the audit committee and to the full board. Questions on E?
Note that there were no, financial conflicts. Every dollar was accounted for. It was just a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Emergency preparedness and disaster recovery. We spend quite a bit of effort to try to gain theory how we stay prepared to deliver core missions to Montanans, even if we should have physical interruption of services. We annually bring in a large number of people from different state agencies and State Street Bank and US Bank. We try to test our protocols. We try to integrate. We are in the process of additionally integrating our emergency preparedness plan with the state's disaster recovery plan. And so we feel that we are in good position to carry on core services, even if we were unable to get into the building. And we feel we probably could do the same if we were unable to get to the building because of roads. Jerry, do you have anything else you want to add to emergency preparedness and disaster recovery, given that Mary's not here? Mary is our lead staff person, but then she's on vacation, but Jerry's been an integral part of that as well.
I don't have anything more to add than what you said. The meeting that we had, this was the fourth time that the four parties that are involved in moving the money for the state, which is, as David said, the Board of Investments, the Department of Administration, the custodial bank, State Street Bank, and then the depository bank for the state of Montana, US Bank. We all met in January, had a good, productive meeting, we thought. So we hope to carry on that tradition to have an annual meeting so that we can meet face-to-face with those four funds.
Julie, any comments that you would offer?
Just that with the road situation that we've had this past winter, we've actually had game theory very strongly. What would we do tomorrow if we cannot come here? And so these meetings have helped us prepare for that, and then we had to actually consider more real-life scenarios after the meetings. So,
John Putnam, John or Moscow, comments, because you're the funding side. John, any comments? You're there.
Nothing to add.
Okay. But you're ready to go.
Ready to go. Don't worry, money's safe.
I do worry, but so I think we're trying. I think that it's plausible that it might actually work. We tried. So, any questions on emergency preparedness? G, outreach efforts. I've talked about that. Ready for H. The subject of transferring Montana real estate items to the pension, from pension to trust fund. This is not an action item, but I want you and the state and members of the public and affected parties to be, I guess, on notice that it is my intention as executive director to pursue, probably in May, a recommendation subject to getting guidance from you and your action. So I would remind you, I believe I have a memo on. Do I have a memo on this? So, again, I'll just restate what the memo says. We have 3 properties in Helena, and we have a vacant lot, and we have a property in Bozeman. They are owned by the Board of Investments as a fiduciary to pensions. So this building we own on behalf of the pensions. Maggie, the building that the PRS used to be in on 9th Avenue, we own, and in the building that PRS and some other state agencies is downtown, the old IBM building, I call it. We own that, and then Board of Investments built a building for some state agencies some years ago in Bozeman. We, as staff, believe it would be a better fit for those properties to be in the trust fund, where income is more of a concern than capital appreciation. And so we believe it would be a better fit. We have appraisals on the property. We're in the neighborhood of about $18 million. And staff will be looking to prepare information and a recommendation probably for May, where we would sell, the pensions would sell, and the trust fund would buy at market value. We've also offered these properties, at least not this building, but I've offered to this administration to be in conversation with Long Range Building. They've had some interest in it, but I don't know how that will play out. I've had kind of a standing offer for us to look at that, acknowledging that it's still subject to you as the body here. So that's more of an informational subject, but I did want to get that out there.
Go ahead.
I just was wondering, what will be the cost of updating the existing appraisals?
Under $20,000, and that will be on the 4 properties.
Does the appraisal cost?
For all 4 of them, it'll be under $20,000.
I just wanted to hear what the question was. What was the appraisal cost?
Oh, yes.
Yes, to get the updated appraisals.
And David, are you contemplating transferring this building also to the Kodak?
Yes.
Are there, I'm just asking this out of the blue, are there legal issues between transferring assets from the pension pools to the trust fund?
I don't believe so. However, that's part of the guidance that one of my takeaways will be to have a better answer than just I believe not. But I think that we have Luxon and Murphy, and we have our other general counsel on sort of government is Department of Commerce. I don't really see any. I just wouldn't think so.
Probably, I don't know how the title is vested, but my guess is it's Montana Board of Investments, agency of the state of Montana. If that's the case, that doesn't need to change. The only other issues are, just as my off the cuff thing, is properly approving it here because we own it. We can do what we want with it. But I could be wrong about that.
Well, and then lease rates,
Well,
we can't be giving ourselves a bargain on.
but we already have that issue, don't we?
We do, although I think it's heightened when you're in a trust as opposed, well, we have fiduciary responsibilities both ways, but certainly if it's in a trust, it might be a heightened level of scrutiny or
Worth re-examining.
worth looking at, or self-dealing kind of thing.
So have we talked to Sean Graham and Billy Swindon about this?
We sent out a notice to the budget director and to Sean and to Dory at the same time with essentially the same words as far as better fit. The idea of this would be something more like May, but we gave them notice that I would be putting forth this idea in February. And Sean Graham and I have spoken. I don't want to commit to him, but he seems to readily understand my points about it being a better fit. I haven't spoken to Dory. The administration has heard me about, I think it's a better fit. They haven't reacted.
Any further?
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have on executive director report. Well, no, I have one other item. RBK has an outstanding invitation for board members to join them in Portland, which is their home office, for, I don't want to call it orientation, but I think education or training from their perspective as a consultant. And it's very gracious of them. I would encourage, particularly new board members, it would be nice to be able to bundle our attendance, your attendance, to RBK. So maybe throughout the day, if you want to speak to, I see Becky is here too, so thank you, Becky. I think it's an opportunity. I've actually been to RBK many years ago, and it was very helpful to get an impression about their office. And I think it would be invaluable. Again, it would be helpful to try to get board members in one trip, but it's not, well, I won't speak for RBK because I'm not the person that organizes it. But Jim, do you want to make a comment?
It is a standing offer, and we would love to have a group of board members come. It's not an opportunity from our perspective to sell RBK. In fact, you'll get a formal agenda. It will be much more like an investment principles discussion for multiple hours, using a lot of the experts that we have there in our Portland headquarters, and we would customize it so that we would do investment principles and then say, and here's where it's in action in your portfolio. At the same time, you're welcome to consider it as due diligence on us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, we're ready to go to tab.
All right, tab 3 is state loan program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The commercial and residential loan portfolios as of January 10th, the commercial portfolio had a balance of about $180,971,940, and that represents 108 individual loans or participation. Since our last meeting, we funded 4 IRP loans totaling $213,370. There's currently 4 reservations that total $29,463,000. One of those that we just approved here are $28 million, so the reservation amount will go down. And then we have 5 commitments that totaled $5,388,822. The commercial loan portfolio, excluding the Veterans Home Loan Mortgage Program and Science and Technology, has a yield of 3.07%. We still have the one commercial property that we're trying to sell, which is the On the Border property in Great Falls. Still hopeful that that property will sell this year. The residential loan portfolio as of December 31st has a balance of a little over $5 million. The portfolio has a yield of 6.68%. There was no outstanding reservations. We do have 2 loans that are over 90 days past due, or 2.26% of the portfolio. Both loans are FHA guarantees, so if they were to go into default in foreclosure, there would be no loss on those. So overall, that portfolio is very sound, it's very seasoned, and very little chance of a loss in that portfolio. The Veterans Home Loan Mortgage portfolio reflected a balance at the end of the year of $34,387,397. And that represents 203 loans. There's a balance of $5.6 million available. The portfolio has a yield of 1.78%. We've got 12 reservations totaling a little over $2.4 million. And there were no loans over 90 days past due. So with that, does anybody have any questions?
IRP,
Yes.
these acronyms, you guys have to help me out here.
Intermarry Relending Program.
Say that again?
Intermarry, or intermediary? Yeah. I have struggled with that one.
Intermediary,
Relending Program.
thank you.
Yeah, and what, just to give you an idea of what that program is, that's a matching program with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And we provide funds to economic development organizations around the state of Montana. And those funds are used to provide equity capital for business loans. So if a borrower goes into the bank and the bank tells them they need 20% down, the borrower will come up with 10%, and then the borrower will go to the economic development company to get the other 10% from the IRP program. So typically, we put in $1 and USDA will put in $2 or $3 or $4, but the program only works if we're both involved in that program. And maybe just to give you a little more information, that program currently has about 200,000 available, and the Department of Commerce is looking at increasing that amount, which needs to get approval from the legislature to increase that amount. But there is it's on the radar to put additional money into that program.
So this is in statute,
Yes.
so I can read about it.
I know you can't predict the future, but that veteran 5 million left.
Yeah.
Can you make a guess how long that would last?
My guess is that at the end of this year that those funds are going to be gone. With the change that the legislature made regarding the down payment requirements, the interest in that program has picked up substantially. So I think the $40 million is going to be completely used up by the end of the year.
And that's a buy-in, that's the authorization we have from the legislature.
Right, $40 million is allotted to that program.
40 million is what?
Is the maximum for the Veterans Home Loan Program.
These FHA residential 90 days, those must be in foreclosure.
In foreclosure or in a workout situation, FHA has some different options for borrowers who are struggling. They will do whatever they can to prevent the foreclosure. And with these, they're so seasoned and the loan amounts are so small that they really try to work hard to get the borrower back on track and get them current.
Thanks. Any questions for Doug?
Okay, thank you.
Doug? Raise your hand. Queen of briefness.
Yes.
Appears. Designated yourself as that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and all those who have joined us today. It can be very brief, or I can really get into some really nice information, just some things to recall, because this time of year, this is our remarketing period for the bond program. So when you're looking at that activity summary, you're going to see that we have total bonds outstanding of 107, almost 108 million. come March 1st, that amount's going to drop a little bit because we have Series 98 maturing, so there's about 2.6 that'll come off of there, and also some pay downs on some of the bonds. So that amount's going to drop. But as you all know, that these bonds are guaranteed by the Board of Investments. And so with that, there's 4 funds that are designated to back that up. We have the Treasurer's Fund, we have 3 sub-funds within the post-severance tax that designate that. Those balances as of this quarter are over $1 billion, and so the amount that is outstanding for the intercap bonds and also for the Montana Facility Finance bonds that are also credit enhanced, we have a coverage of 7. So that's very good. And the market likes to see that kind of coverage out there. So there's some things that may be out in the market. We don't know what market response will be to special session. There's a lot of things going on in the federal world with the change of the chairman of the Federal Reserve. We have tax reform. So how that's going to affect the program, it's kind of a wait and see at this point. And so as we're looking through the guarantee for the bonds and the facility finance, that's almost $191 million. Now you're probably thinking about that statute that says, wait a minute, aren't we capped at 190? Well, Intercap has 190 by statute, and the Facility Finance Authority bonds have a cap of 190. So for our cap, what that is the act, under our Municipal Finance Act, the 190 million cap, that includes the Intercap bonds, also the Qualified Zone Academy bonds, and the Qualified School Construction bonds. So we have about 116 million under our cap. So we're doing just fine with that as well. Adam, the Director of Facility Finance, let me know that they don't have anything closing within the next 3 months, but they are working with, I believe, the Bighorn Memorial out of Hardin. So they do have an application, just nothing determined yet with that one. So you might recall that levels of enhancement for the board, there's 2 levels for that. That's the bondholder interest payment and also the tendered bonds or the put bonds. Right now we were notified on February 9th that the tendered bonds, 9% of the tendered bonds were kept. So no, they kept it. So we're looking at about 94 million of bonds that are being tendered. Our remarketing circular has all been updated. That will be distributed, I believe today. They are printing that today to go out to market. And so there's a couple of levels there of, so how does that work? The bondholder interest, the loan repayments that are coming in, that's the first thing that will pay that bondholder interest. This year our bondholder interest is $647,000 that will be due coming up. And we have plenty in our bond interest funds to already take care of that part, so we don't have to worry about that. The bondholder tendered bonds, of course, the first thing is the remarketing. We put that out to the investors. So that could be, all of them are remarketed, maybe some are remarketed. Up to this point, we have never had a problem with that. And we probably won't. But we always got to be prepared for that, right? And so the next question really would be, how much time then does the board have when it comes to calling on that guarantee? So we are required 20 days before March 1st. That's our closing date. That's when they purchase the bonds and we go on for another year. We have 20 days before March 1st. So that was the February 9th. That was that notification. And we also let our investment staff know as well what's going on, so they can kind of get that in their minds that this may or may not happen. So then we have 5 days before March 1st. That will be February 22nd. That's when they're going to price the bonds, and then they're going to let us know how many of these bonds they plan on see selling. So all the way up to this point between now and February 2nd, they're marketing those bonds. That trade desk is hard at work, getting those bonds out there, getting them sold. So the 22nd we'll have a price, and then how much are still out there that have been tendered, not yet marketed, or not. Doesn't mean that at February 2nd, the board picks up the bonds at that time. They continue marketing those bonds. So one of the questions then is like, okay, so if we tender, there's some of the bonds that are remarketed, some that aren't, what kind of an interest rate would the board get? So in a partial situation like that, the board would get whatever the bond rate was set at that time. Now, if all the bonds, everything was tendered, then the board decides on what that interest rate is. So for this credit enhancement, what does the board get for that? There's, since last November 2016, we put into place, you probably remember that we put into place that 15 basis point per thousand for outstanding bonds, excuse me. So that's an annual thing now. It used to be just at the issuance of the bond, you'd have a one-time fee for that credit risk, but now it's an annual thing. Also, there's also a 25 basis point fee for any of the bonds that are tendered that the board needs to pick up. So there is an advantage to the board for credit enhancing these bonds. So I just wanted to give a little update as to where we are in our remarketing. This all starts from January 1st to updating our remarketing circular to March 1st when the bonds close. So this is where we're at, and we'll be sure to let everyone know what the final bond rate is. They do take into consideration, we do have a minimum rate right now is 1.25. So what they do is they look at what the municipal money market date is on Thomas Ruder. They look at the 1-year AAA GO. They take a look at that. They also manage work in there that Intercap is not a GO or a general, where it's backed with a full faith and credit. So they put that in as well. It's a revenue bond, and it's also not a AAA or a AA2. So they add a little bit more to that. And historically, this is before the financial crisis. Now, historically, we've done, they've looked at it more like the MMD plus 25 basis points. It's probably where you're going to be. It's been that way, but during the financial crisis, of course, everything was low. And it was a fabulous thing that happened for our borrowers because they were getting 1% money for 2 years. So that was great. So I just wanted to give you, the board, an update on where we're at with that. And if you had any questions on the activity summary or the staff approved loans, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Wonderful. And I apologize, I was not the queen of grief today.
Very good.
But we are out before lunch, right?
Thank you very much.
If you can hit that triangle that Cal people do.
I guess that means we're adjourned for lunch. We have scheduled
12:45.
It's 11:45. Oh,
Better.
12:45. We can use that. Right?
Yes.
We'll be on. Okay. Yes. Even though it's an extra 15 minutes. So we're adjourned until 12:45.
Okay. Good.
Okay, we're back in session. We're to tab 5, state fund transfers requires a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good afternoon. Again, board members and staff and citizens and members of the press and others, Mark Barrett from State Fund and others. So this is tab 5. This business item is the matter of state fund transfer to the fire suppression account. It is a decision action item. I've written a memo on this subject. I guess for the record, a few comments. There was a budget an estimated significant budget shortfall. The governor of Montana did call a special session in November made several proposals. One proposal that was accepted mostly with a change by the legislature was an assessment on the investment assets of the state fund, a state agency, requiring a transfer through calculations, and that transfer would go to the fire suppression fund. It was originally the general fund. The legislature decided that it would be to the fire suppression fund. Senate Bill 4 is the legislation that was passed by the legislature, signed by the governor, and it does involve the board investments. We're not the policy end of it. We're basically the part of it that needs to effectuate the legislation. And what staff has brought before for your consideration is our efforts to effectuate the legislation. And so what staff has done is we have prepared a draft resolution. We've obviously had a fair amount of eyes on it. And we've tried to incorporate for the record, what the bill is, what it says we're to do. What it says is we're to see if there are agencies that control, or are there funds that control $1 billion or more, and figure out which ones are eligible. The only one that we believe is eligible is the state fund. Assets of over $1 billion with some other language in Senate Bill 4 require us to transfer a 3%, what's called a management fee in the legislation, to the fire suppression fund. The law says that we are to take this action on or before April the 1st. This is our board meeting before April the 1st. And so we have a staff-composed resolution that I'm hoping is straightforward enough, but obviously we're here to answer your questions. We have some exhibits that we thought we should have as a matter of the record. We have officially an exhibit, the act itself. We do have a draft opinion of council. I believe we've covered the important elements of what that council should say. We have Amy Barnes representing the Department of Commerce. She's with a larger team of commerce attorneys, but she is here today. And so we have an opinion, a draft opinion that would say that we followed the act. We can reasonably rely on certain parts of the resolution as far as what the bill says. But we've had an open meeting. Obviously, she can't write it today because we haven't finished, but we will have that as part of the record. Exhibit C calculates the state fund average balance. We have a record of the combined monies of the state fund. We have taken the amount that's over $1 million, applied 3% as Senate Bill 4 requires. And there is verbiage in the bill itself that says that we have to use as a calculation metric that the liabilities need to be less than the invested assets. And so we have, for the record, the state funds report from Lois Towers Watson, December 20th, 2017, I think shows that the undiscounted liabilities, even at the worst case, is less than the total investments of the state fund. So again, the board investments is responsible for being an activating agent, party, not the sole party. I mean, it's 3 state agencies, it's state fund, it's us, it's Department of Administration. And so that's the resolution, and I will try to answer questions. Mr. Chairman, there is controversy with this subject, so there may be proponents or opponents on this, and so it's kind of like a piece of legislation for your committee.
So we'll open it up for discussion. Anybody have any on the board? Any questions, comments, discussion?
So, the case has been filed in Lake County, right, by the customers or insured, is that right, insurers? Insured?
I think that's an
Policyholders. Policyholders.
And has the board been served?
No. State has been served. Amy, feel free to answer on.
That's correct, the state is concerned.
good statements or,
Correct.
and there was no
Is it
TRO
No,
requested?
no temporary restraining order or preliminary injunction was filed in this case.
Okay.
Well, the state being served is sufficient to get jurisdiction over this board, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing in the court that prohibits us from,
Not at
directs us
this
not to
time.
follow. Okay, sorry, Carl.
Okay, well, that was my question, so you asked it better than I did. All right. And just in a nutshell, the basis of the claim is what?
They're alleging
You can come
the
up here if you
complaint.
want.
Excuse me, sorry.
We would appreciate it, just so we can all hear you.
So again, for the record, this is Amy Barnes. She's attorney for Department of Commerce.
Thanks, Amy. Go
That's
ahead.
correct. So the complaint has a few different allegations, mainly that it's just, if the legislation is unconstitutional. And they've alleged that it violates the contracts clause, the fiduciary duty that is imposed on the Board of Investments via the Montana Constitution, and also that it has violated, let's see, one other main, takings clause, correct, sorry, drawing a blank. And that is unconstitutional takings of private property. The policyholders are alleging that they have an interest, a protected interest in the funds that the Montana State Fund holds.
And are there cases that hold that that there's a contract that the policyholders have any contract right to the reserves?
A case on file right now with the Montana Supreme Court.
Or any holding?
Not that I'm aware of that, well, I think it is true that the policyholders do hold a contract with State Fund that controls all of their policy positions and benefits. But I'm not aware of a case that says that, I guess, this legislation or a similar legislation like Senate Bill 4 is violating the contracts clause based on that contract that State Fund has with each individual policyholder. I think if I could just add one more thing to that point, I think if you're looking at section 1, subsection 3 of Senate Bill 4, it specifically provides that the state fund may not raise rates or reduce dividends to offset real or estimated losses associated with 3% management rate transfer. So I think that goes to that argument.
And is, so the state and the state fund and the Board of Investments were all named?
Correct.
And has it been decided the AG's office handling?
The AG's office is the primary attorney handling this case.
And just for my own curiosity, who in the AG's office?
Stuart Seagrass.
Okay, thank you.
My question is, the challenge, like you said, there are threefold essentially, as I understand it. There's an impairment of contract,
Correct.
taking of property without due process, and breach of fiduciary obligation. That one I'm not clear on now. Is that a constitutional challenge?
I believe that they're claiming that it violates the Constitution. I think it's, I might get this wrong. I'm sorry, I don't have this in front of me. It's the provision in the Constitution where it outlines the Unified Investment Program, and it lists out that the Board of Investments will be investing state fund, private money, public monies, excuse me, into the Unified Investment Program. And part of their investment is that they can invest those public funds into private corporations, corporate stock. And they have to do so in a fiduciary manner. And I think that also correlates with the statute that outlines the Unified Investment Program as well, which also may have a subsection on the fiduciary duty that's similar to what's in the Constitution itself.
maybe I shouldn't put you on the spot, but maybe just ask you to comment on this. If you don't have a legal opinion, I'll just say so. But I quickly read the complaint and it had reference to what I believe was a statutory provision that said that the funds were not to be used for any other purpose. But I don't think that was, my understanding was that was not a constitutional.
It has been made, the legislature changed that. That's section 2 of the act.
Right. So what I'm trying to get at is, and thank you, Carl. So that's what it is, but it's changed. So do you have any pause with us relying on the change in the legislation? Because I don't, unless it's a constitutional, I'm worried about our fiduciary responsibilities. Sounds like we're between a rock and a hard place. We do what the statute tells us to do. Someone's suing us for breach of the fiduciary responsibility, but we are required to do what the statute tells us to do.
Right.
So that's why I'm trying to understand.
Right. I think if we move forward with the resolution and the Board of Investments does make the transfer, that they are just following the law at this point. And if they did not make the transfer, they'd be violating the law. Because at this point, it is still good law. It has now been overturned by the courts.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. If there's not any discussion, I would entertain a motion. You mean hearing from the... All right.
There may be people that want to speak to the board.
I appreciate that, and I apologize for skipping to it. Is there anybody here that, members of the public, that wishes to speak in favor of the resolution?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Mark Gary. I'm the Vice President of Corporate Support for Montana State Fund, Chief Financial Officer. I'm only here to answer your questions should you have any questions of me.
Thank you very much.
Are we, I have a question. We relied on some data from you, from the state fund in terms of the transfer calculation and the Willis Power Watson thing. Are we, I mean, there's nothing newer than that? Are we good on, relying on that?
You're good on the information that you received.
Okay.
And Carl, just for clarification, the Board of Investment accounting staff prepared the calculation.
Okay.
What was that, Juliet?
The Board of Investment accounting staff prepared the calculation.
Oh.
And have you shared it?
Yes,
Yes.
we reviewed it. We're in spitting distance, so.
Okay. Wow. Distance, that's a good thing. More questions for the chairman?
If we have to, somebody has to testify in the lawsuit, we can use that.
You can use that term.
As part of the amount of transfer, sure.
That's right. That's the critical part we're trying to do. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak for or against, I guess, if you wish? Yes, sir.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Richard Miltenberger, M-I-L-T-E-N-B-E-R-G-E-R, from Clancy, Montana. And I'm here representing myself. I'm a policyholder through a company that I own, Montana State Fund. I am in communication and supportive of the legal action that's being taken, but I'm not an attorney, not speaking on behalf of the attorney in that matter or the group, just here on behalf of myself. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just a couple of quick comments and a couple of questions. Until recently, I served on the board of Montana State Fund, and as all of you do, I'm sure, took my responsibility very seriously. You take an oath, you're an officer of the state. There's obviously a reason that the Board of Investments is not simply the Bureau of Investments reporting up through the chain of command. The state, in its wisdom, has established this as a separate entity with its own governing board with fiduciary responsibility. And so I'd encourage you to take this very seriously. I think that what we're seeing here is, well, I have my own opinions, but I'll just stop there and say I'd encourage you to look into it thoroughly and understand the difficult position that you're in. I was in it a few months ago. I believe that what's happened is overreach by the legislature and the state establishment. As a policyholder, feel that the monies that we're putting in there are for the injured workers and not for the general revenue of the state. And I'd have two questions, and then I'll sit down. And not necessarily, these are not rhetorical questions, I'm not just throwing them out in the air. I'm also not anticipating an immediate response from any of you, but I would encourage you to consider these two questions. One is, what services will the Board of Investments be providing to the Montana State Fund starting in April as these monies flow forward? What services will you be providing that you're not providing today? And the other one is a parallel question. That is, this is a 2-year law, and 2 years it undoes itself, just kind of goes away. After the 2 years is over, what services will you stop providing now that the money, the 14, 15 million a year, is not coming to the Board of Investments? So what services are you going to start providing that you're not providing today? And what services do you plan on stop providing 2 years from now when the law goes away? Those are the two questions I have for you. And other than that, I appreciate your service, and I recognize you're essentially serving on a volunteer basis, and appreciate your putting time in for a very worthy cause here at the Board of Investments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak for or against the resolution, or on it, for that matter? All right.
So, one more question, if I could. So either Amy or the Senator Sales, when the bill was being debated, and the constitutional provision says investment of the state compensation insurance fund assets shall be managed in a fiduciary capacity in the same manner as a prudent expert acting in a fiduciary capacity. When the bill was going forward, was there discussion about whether or not taking the 3% complied with that? And if so, what was the, if you recall?
You know, I don't.
Okay.
I can tell you, I didn't vote for the bill, but it wasn't based on constitutional issues. It's this, my experience has been every time the legislature's fooled around with the workers' compensation funds, we've typically got ourselves in trouble. So just from a practical standpoint, I voted no because of the fact that when we have raided those funds before, it hasn't worked out well for the state. But in terms of the legality of it, or the constitutionality of it, I didn't even get involved in the thinking of that. It was strictly the practicality of it and the history, saying that the legislature hasn't done a very good, hasn't made good decisions in the past when we have taken money out of the workers' compensation fund.
And is the theory, Amy, that the money that comes out is no longer state compensation insurance fund money, and so we are complying with our constitutional responsibility to manage what's left?
I don't want to comment on that right now.
Okay.
I guess I don't, because of the ongoing litigation, I just want to leave it at that. I think your fiduciary responsibility, you'll be acting within your fiduciary responsibility by complying with the law as it is written now.
Well, I think I mean, it's presumed constitutional.
Correct.
Until the court rules otherwise.
Correct.
Anything else, Carl?
No.
Anybody else have anything? All right, now I think I'm entertaining a motion on the resolution. I'm not going to entertain it forever.
Well, I move approval of the resolution, and I guess I want to make sure we're clear, it's the revised one that just handed out.
Yes.
The one that we had in our book has the second paragraph or the second page has been removed. It's this. This has been removed, correct?
And that was on advice of council. So there's a revised sheet that's been handed out, the second page now consists of 2 paragraphs and a list of exhibits. Make sure you have the correction.
And that's the one I made the
That's the
motion
one
to
we
approve.
wrote. Second on that one.
Second.
John seconds. Is there discussion? I don't think we need a roll call. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous? That carries. Thanks. That brings us to early, right? Domestic equity asset review.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is the domestic equity asset class review. As you know, on a regular basis, we review the different asset classes here as a staff and present them to the board, and so it's domestic equity's turn. So if you would turn to tab 6, Steve and I will be presenting this jointly. So I'll start on page 3. As you know, the domestic equity asset class is one of the most important asset classes within the pensions. For one thing, just with sheer size, you see that domestic equities account for 36% of the pension pool right now, which is by far the largest allocation that we have. The next largest is international equities at 18%, which is roughly half at this point of domestic equities. You can see how, when you look at the asset allocation there, how domestic equities really does, in its sheer size, it really dwarfs the other portions of the allocation. It's the largest asset class, as I mentioned. It's a major driver of the pension returns because of that. And you might ask yourself, why is it so large? Why do we invest in domestic equities to such an extent? The high relative returns that we're looking for over time, the growth and the returns for the pensions is what is attractive about domestic equities. Of course, you do have to consider along that the equities are also fairly volatile compared to other asset classes. By volatile, we mean their returns can vary, up or down, particularly through shorter periods of time. Also, domestic equities are highly liquid assets. They're some of our most liquid assets, meaning that we can sell them on very short notice when we do need to move money around within the pensions, and so that's another major advantage of having money within the domestic equities. We do have a policy statement, as we do with all of our asset classes, that determines the investment guidelines for the asset class itself, and the objective there is to obtain the highest possible rate of return that we can within those guidelines that are developed and established by the CIO. Page 5, probably take a look at a little bit of the performance history for domestic equities. And what I would take from this page if I were you are two things. One, if you look at the right there, slightly below the benchmark during the preceding periods, and of course we know a lot of that is because of active management industry-wide has been struggling for a number of years. But it's actually a fairly good performance given the dynamics that have gone on within the domestic equities markets here the last several years. And then the left-hand side really tells the story from an absolute basis. And you can see the high returns that domestic equities does provide, particularly in the last 1 to 5 years. You can see a 20% plus return through December 2017 for the 1 year, and then even for the 5-year number there, over 15%. So that's what we're looking for from this asset class is to give us strong returns over the long term like that. Page 6. Excuse me.
So, I mean, are you saying that even though we're below the benchmark, when you look at the absolute returns, that's why it doesn't really matter how much we are below the benchmark, if we're hitting 20.8, that's a good number, is that what you're saying?
Well, there's two ways to look at that, and the way that I think we should look at it is, yes, compared to our benchmark, domestic equities likely trail, but if you look at compared its returns that it provides higher returns than most of the asset classes that we do invest in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, and our benchmark is what again?
It's the MSCI USA IMI index.
Which has no implementation costs, correct?
Correct.
So
Yeah.
we'd always be below it if we were meeting it because we have implementation costs, investment costs, right?
Yeah, if you were to, well, there's a debate that goes on with that, but if you were to invest in just an index fund, you would meet that benchmark typically, but at the same time, the benchmark, you're incurring costs to trade to match that.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
Right, anytime we quote-unquote meet the benchmark, we're actually ahead of the benchmark.
Exactly.
Because because the benchmark is not that fee.
Is that within the range we're talking about here? Is it 0.25, 0.33%? I mean, the cost of...
Boy, I don't know what the frictional costs are there of running an index fund. I couldn't speak to what the exact numbers are. I know you do trade to try and replicate the benchmark. And, yeah, but I wouldn't say that, given this history here, if we indexed everything, we would be better than what the index would provide. So, because there is some slippage there in performance from the active management that has had difficulty in the industry the last several years. So,
I mean, it just seems to me, when you said, well, you can look at it two ways. One is below the benchmark, the other is sort of higher than all the other asset classes. Well, that's typically true for domestic equity regardless, though, whether we're meeting benchmark or not.
Right.
It's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, except for the last couple of months.
Yeah.
Or the last 6 weeks. But, yeah, I agree.
Okay, that's a fair point, fair point.
Page 6. Performance history of our active managers that we have had for a significant period of time in the asset class, and we took a look at 5 years and 10 years. You've seen this slide from the domestic equities presentation that I typically do on a quarterly basis, and you can see that largely most of our managers, in fact, with the 10-year number, all of our managers that we've had with a 10-year track record in the pool have added value. 5-year number, there's a couple there that are a little bit below, but for the 10-year number, they are adding value, even though for the 5-year number, they're lagging a little bit. So, and that's really what you want to see. You want to see everything green there, in both 5 years and 10 years, but particularly the 10-year number. If you have a manager with you for 10 years, that's usually a significant amount of time to have had the money with them for a full market cycle. And, they should add value over that full market cycle. And those managers that we've had for that period of time, at this point, have. Does that make sense? Okay. I'll let Steve talk about our benchmark. As you recall, we moved to the MSCI USA IMI benchmark in May of 2017.
Sure. And moving to the MSCI, that kind of put us in the same methodology as what we use for our international investments, which has long been an MSCI benchmark. And they apply a pretty consistent methodology across different countries as to what constitutes a large cap, what constitutes a mid cap, what constitutes a small cap. So that provided us some consistency there. And just to explain what the nomenclature means here, MSCI uses a lot of odd-sounding terms to describe things, and basically it just makes it sound fancy. IMI, Investable Market Index, essentially all that means is that it's an all-cap index. It does include small caps where some benchmarks don't. So it sounds fancy, but that's all it really means is that it's an all-cap index, and since we're invested in stocks across the market cap spectrum, it makes sense for us to use that. This is just kind of a quick snapshot of what the benchmark looked like at year end, and a statistic by itself in isolation is just a number, so we also included a several year range here to kind of see where they're at. And the thing that I would point out about this is several of those characteristics at year end: price to book, price to cash, PE on a forward basis, price to sales, market cap. Several of those were basically at a high at that point, and as Randy alluded to, obviously we've seen a little bit of correction from that in the past several weeks here. So that does tend to happen when you get to a high point like that, but certainly with the kind of equity returns we had over the past year, it's not surprising to see a number of those valuation metrics getting to all-time highs. On the next page, this again is basically just using the typical what we call GICS, Global Industry Classification System, sector breakdown, what's actually in that benchmark. And obviously technology is a huge part of the world today, and so it's not surprising that it's the biggest part of the benchmark. But if you were to look at other benchmarks, S&P that we used to use, for example, you'd find that this breakdown is extremely similar. So this is, broadly speaking, what the sector distribution of the broader market looks like, is very much to this kind of a breakdown. So tech the biggest, telecom down at the bottom, everything else in between. So just again, kind of a quick snapshot so you can see what's important to the benchmark, and in turn, where the majority of our dollars are going to tend to fall out as well. And then the next page here, again, is a market capitalization breakdown. What you can see here is that large caps, as defined by MSCI, do still dominate the market, but relative to what we've had with the S&P benchmark, there is a larger allocation to mid cap and small cap, and so that's one of the reasons that we've made some allocation changes within our own portfolios over the past year here, is basically to match that exposure a little bit better. And one other thing I would comment about is, in terms of keeping this breakdown consistent, MSCI conducts in May and November a significant rebalancing each year. So basically they'll go through the entire stack of investments and the components of the benchmark and make sure that everything that's in that index is appropriately located in large or mid or small or whatever country there should be a component of. So they do that twice a year, basically to maintain a consistency in what that benchmark looks like over time. So if you think you're investing in mid caps this year, you'll still be investing in mid caps next year, what have you, just because they do conduct a biannual rebalancing just to make sure that stack as it's laid out here is very much consistent from one period to the next.
Next slide, slide 10. One of the things you wanted to do this time around is to talk about what's changed. Since the last time we did this deep dive into domestic equities about 2 years ago, what's changed in the way we look at things and what's changed in the way we do things. First one, of course, we just alluded to, which was our benchmark changed in May of 2017 to the MSCI USA IMI. And that previously we invested per the S&P 1500. And then through the last couple of years, we've actually had 7 transitions. With those, 4 transitions were related to manager terminations. You can see we had a transition that was due to changing the benchmark last May. We also just recently have started to do a transition involving the hiring of 2 active managers that we're bringing on board here as we speak. And then also a transition there that involved moving some of the small cap passive to small cap active portfolios that we had within the asset class. So a few more transitions than we anticipated during the last couple of years, but some of that was due to the benchmark changing and being cognizant of the representations that were within that benchmark.
Randy, when we terminate a manager, do you keep track of how they've done after our termination?
We don't specifically. I know that RBK at one time did an analysis for us, probably 3 or 4 years ago on that subject. Yeah, we haven't had a lot of terminations recently, just, these 4, but yeah, that's something that RBK's provided previously.
How much money was moved in the settlement transaction?
Oh, that's a good question, and I don't have my history of transactions here, or transitions here that I was thinking I would bring, but I would say there was quite a bit in the index, for instance, the index transition, moving from the S&P 1500 to the MSCI index that we use now, that we have roughly about $2 billion in index funds, so that north of $2 billion, obviously, and then if you include the active managers, I'd say probably another maybe 500 million. So 2.5 billion would be my guess.
But so what percent, I'm sorry, I got lost there, but what percentage of that is just simply the transition from into the new index fund?
Yeah, it's of the 2.5 billion that was transitioned during the last couple of years, I would say about 2 billion was from moving to the index fund.
And there would have been overlap there as well, because there's significant position overlap between what's in the MSCI index now and what was in the S&P 1500 before. So
Correct.
It's not like we had to buy and sell each individual position. In some cases, they would have, BlackRock would have just been able to transfer directly.
True. Thanks, Steve. Also, one of the things that has changed from the previous review is we use ETFs more actively than we did a couple years ago. We started to do that previously, but we're more active in the different areas of mid-cap, large-cap, and small-cap, and moving money through those vehicles and using them for liquidity vehicles as well. We also have a moderate increase in active manager versus passive than we did before. We still hold with our philosophy of being largely passive within large caps, but we did increase active management overall in the pool in the last couple of years, mainly in mid caps and small caps. We also added a database of managers that's called eVestment. RBK uses this as well, I believe, in their work, and we added that here within the last year so that the analysts can get on there and take a look at not only our current managers, how they're doing, but also prospective managers that we may have an interest in. It's a pretty extensive database. We're ramping up our on-site visits. It's something that we didn't do a whole lot of a couple years ago, and we continue to ramp that up, and it seems to be going pretty well. We try and pick our spots, and say if we have a couple managers that are located in a particular metro area, we'll group those together on a trip, and even add 1 or 2 or 3 prospective managers that we might be interested in, and visit them on site too. So I'm ramping up in that area. And then the final change, which isn't really a change yet, but it's, I guess, a change of mindset more than anything, is we have a heightened interest in looking at performance-based fees. We're not totally sure we want to do them yet, and the idea of performance-based fees doesn't match as well with some types of portfolios as others, but given what's gone on in the industry and the underperformance largely of active managers as a whole, we have a heightened interest in looking at performance-based fees more so than we did in the past.
Can you explain a little more what that is?
Performance-based fee? Yeah. You would have a fee structure. Currently our managers are all under a fixed fee schedule, which is, it's based just on the, it's fixed. And your numbers of what you pay, your basis points of your management fee are determined by your assets under management with that particular manager. And it's usually a declining scale where maybe you pay 60 basis points on the first $50 million they manage, and then 50 basis points on the next 50 million. That's a fixed schedule. Performance-based schedule, of course, is based on the manager being able to beat their benchmark. And you can have different types of performance-based fees, different structures, kind of like colors of the rainbow, whatever you can agree to with that particular manager. But the idea is that they don't get paid as much of a fee from us unless they are beating their benchmark over a predetermined time period, which is usually longer than just a year, because you want to be able to be fair as far as the movements in the market and such, and so usually it's a longer time period where you would look at maybe 3 years or so as far as the term, did they beat the benchmark, and if they did, then they deserve X amount of fee and basis points. If they didn't, then they would deserve a lower basis point.
Do you have concerns in a structure like that, that perhaps a manager who's lagging a little bit might take some imprudent investment chances trying to uptick their performance?
There is somewhat of a concern with that they would, kind of like managing earnings in a corporation to meet your targets for a quarter. There is some concern with that, but I think if you structure it on a longer term basis, like a 3-year period or something like that, then I think you get away from somebody trying to manipulate the performance of the portfolio over a shorter period of time.
Go ahead. Well, I'm just trying to, my concern, this would be oversimplified as usual, but if they're doing the best they can now, I wonder if this benefits us or if it benefits them, because
I mean, that is a good question, and a lot is determined by the structure of your fee schedule that you agree on with these people. What you want to do is you want to be able to make it basically have some symmetry, so that if there's points in time when they do well and beat their benchmark, then we would owe them more, more so than at the time. Say a manager beats his benchmark by 400 basis points. That schedule, usually they're going to want it to where they get paid more than if they beat it by just 100 basis points, and vice versa. We would pay less on the declining for the underperform, more than the underperformance was. So, I mean, there is this give and take, and there is a push on both sides for symmetry. But you could theoretically end up paying more to your manager if he'd had a really good period of performance that fee is based on.
because it strikes me that they would be interested in this. Well, they take some risk too, but I mean, I just wonder if there's really can be a motivation to do any investments that much differently, except for doing what was suggested here, and that is taking some more risky investments. I guess that's why you're still heightened interest, but not committed to this.
Yeah, well, it's something we're exploring, and it's, these managers aren't, in a vacuum, so to speak. I mean, our group is watching them, and so, we talk with them on a quarterly basis about their investments and such, so, their strategy. So, I mean, if they were to try and game the system, so to speak, I think we would catch it.
But conversely, what is it that we would be encouraging them to do by paying them performance fees? That's what I'm trying.
Well, we're enticing them to beat their benchmark,
but they're already trying to do that, aren't they?
Right. I hear you, but it's one of those things of aligning the interests and making sure the interests of the manager are aligned with ours, that we do want them to beat the benchmark. And it's not. And like I said, we haven't hired anybody yet on performance-based fees or changed anybody to performance-based fee yet. But
the proof of that would be in what the experience be with other people who have gone on that kind of a fee schedule. And
yeah.
you would know more about that than I. Just wanted to raise that as an
I was just going to ask Becky and Jim.
This topic is coming up a lot in boards because there's been the impression that the future returns in the equity markets could be much less than what we experienced in 2017, more modest. And there's been a push to generally push down fees. Sometimes performance-based fee schedules will do just as was suggested. It becomes a fee increase for your manager. The one thing that or a number of things you need to do when you're looking at a performance-based fee schedule is, number one, they're suggested sometimes to help a manager and a prospective client get around a most favored nations clause, where they may be required to not offer a more favorable fee schedule to you than some of their large clients. So sometimes these fee schedules are offered as an alternative. The important negotiation point is that you make sure that the probable investment experience of that manager doesn't lead you to pay a more expensive fee on a performance-based fee schedule than you would have otherwise. So in a lot of cases, you're trying to lessen the base fee that they would get for more normal performance. And then as you look at really outperforming, then having that alignment be a little bit more generous to them. But that is the trek, and just assigning a performance-based fee schedule doesn't necessarily save fees and doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get better returns.
I have a couple of comments, but I know Joe has something he wants to say.
Yeah, I'll go after you.
But, in the world that Ethan operates in, performance fees they're highly constricted, and they're very much more difficult to negotiate because they have to apply to all the LPs in almost all cases. In the world that Randy operates in, or your fixed income team, performance fees and their structure, because of what Becky said, they are outside the standard fee schedule and outside any most favored nation requirements, are totally up in the air. And so almost anything can be struck. Some of them can be very beneficial to asset owners like yourselves. Some of them can basically just reward the manager for what you expected them to do anyway and pay a higher fee. So each one is almost a custom crafted decision, because it can be and because it should be. You need to know the pattern of outperformance and underperformance that has been exhibited in that particular space and by that particular manager. And you have to know what the base fee is, because the big benefit is if you go for a number of years and they perform in line with the benchmark, your fee will be dramatically smaller than it would be under the standard fee schedule. On the other hand, as a board, you need to be prepared for the fact that if the manager really does an outstanding job and performs very, very well, you will end up paying more, but only because they're doing very, very well. But the devil's in the details, and there's almost in every negotiation, and I know you've negotiated real estate deals here, and Carl has negotiated labor deals, there's an understanding of what the other side really thinks will happen, and the negotiation of the base fee and where the performance fee comes in and what it's like essentially gives you clues as to what the manager really thinks they can do, as opposed to what the flat fee schedule would suggest, which doesn't give you much information at all. So Joe, I cede the floor to you.
So just quickly to follow up on Jim, the details matter, right? But to maybe make a comment on the question you asked, Mark, this isn't an either or. It would only be done in a particular case if we believed it was in the best interest of the assets we were managing. And so there will be circumstances that we'd look at and would say, no, we're not even going to consider it, because their standard fee is already below the average and better than we can get, and we think, that's where we want to stay. In other cases, we think it would be in the best interest of the assets. And so it's not an either or, it's case by case, it's looking into the details. So it's just, as Randy points out on this page, it's something that we're considering as we consider many different things and how to improve the management of the assets.
Indeed, to follow up on Joe's comment, there are some managers who don't want to do performance fees. Despite the fact that you might feel that there's something special in it for them, they flat out won't do them. If their fee schedule is their fee schedule. They're loosening up quite a bit now because of some of the things that Becky said and the prospective lower returns to equity and the loss of some of their assets to passive vehicles, they are more willing to do bespoke kinds of structures if an asset owner decides that it's in your best interest.
Does the negotiation ever include a reduction of fee for underperformance?
Go ahead.
Typically, the structure will, yeah.
Yeah.
That,
We would only do it if going in, you know, if they underperformed, it's lower than the standard.
Right.
Period, right?
Yeah.
Is it seems like an idea that might have some, aside from what Joe just said, I mean, on an individual basis, I mean, if it's a heck of a deal, we'll take it, but it seems like something that, with the small number of managers that we have, wouldn't we be better off doing what Mark's saying, looking for better managers as opposed to paying people more to do what we're looking for in the first place?
So conviction should have something to do with the conversation.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right, and I mean, if you're Cal Pers and you got 75 managers and you know you're gonna have some lumpers in there,
Right.
that's one thing, but we've got a fairly small number with, you know, by far the biggest amount in the index fund, so that even takes it down more. It just, I don't know, it seems like kind of a complicating thing that might not.
It is complicated, but every basis point matters, right? And so, again, you know, if any of the managers we terminated, right, in the past few years that Randy had mentioned, if we had performance-based fees with any of them, we would have paid them less fees over time, right? Now, for the managers that are outperformed, that Randy has shown over the longer periods of time, you know, it's case by case, but there's, you know, there's some managers in that group that if we had performance-based fees, they've outperformed, but we still would have paid them less, right? But there's others that we would have paid more. But at the end, every basis point counts, right? And so, but it is on a case by case basis. You know, we could circle back, again, it's something that we're considering. We still need to, there's a number of things for us to go through, and we can show more details in a future meeting.
Just a last comment, at RDK, we're actually, this is one of the topics that we're doing a special paper on this year. We're still in the early stages of it, and so we have more to say about that. But one of the things I wanted to make clear is that you don't necessarily in every structure start paying more the moment the manager does performance better than the benchmark. Usually it has to be the benchmark plus something before a performance fee kicks in. Up to some point, it's just the base fee.
I guess, being the chairman, maybe I get the last comment. The thought occurs to me, and again, besides the other simple one I had was that, to some extent, sort of, I guess I'm having a hard time visualizing these managers doing anything other than trying to maximize the investments in the first place, and so it seems to me that it's kind of more speculative than it is incentive, you know, it's more sort of betting on the come, and that's just something that don't want to, I beat that to death.
Can I ask a more mundane question?
You can't say that.
No, but it's a different topic.
All right.
And that's asking Randy now, since I mean, you've been through a long cycle where we weren't doing on-site visits. You know, are they valuable? What are you getting out of them? I mean, how's it working?
I think so. Jason's been the main person who's been doing those, but I think there's, you know, various senses of culture and those type of things you get from an on-site visit, and I do think it enables us not just to visit our current managers, but also to, because we're visiting our, you know, that's the priority, is to visit our current managers, but we also can pick up some additional due diligence on managers that are interested. I don't know if Jason has any further questions on that or comments on that.
I think, obviously, we talk with our managers at least every quarter. We have quarter conference calls. One of my philosophies around visiting somebody is to talk about the things maybe that we don't talk about in the call. Meet other people that you don't necessarily get to talk to. Meet other people in the team dynamics, things of that nature, that meeting with compliance people, things that we might not necessarily do just on a call, but we do every quarter.
And you found that valuable?
I do. I like meeting people that we're dealing with. I think you need to put it into perspective and of your client, and maybe sometimes they're trying to put on the best show for you. But no, I think it's very helpful for the managers that you get a certain sense for their philosophy, their attitude. I think too, with respect to new managers, you get that aspect. I know one of the managers that we're getting ready to fund, sitting down with the portfolio manager and asking him questions, and he's giving me unvarnished, no nuances to his answers. I think there's a lot of bite to that.
Oh, on these trips, have you been surprised by any of our managers?
Surprised.
Positively or negatively?
No, I mean, we started, when the first started, we did this on the private equity side, but on the public side, we started last spring, so it's a relatively small sample. But nothing yet that, there are little things that pop up, you say, oh, we need to think about this going forward, but nothing that I've seen that's come back to sit in Randy's office and say, hey, we need to have a talk. Nothing like that.
One of the things I think that's interesting is, what we call it, where these people work, what their offices look like, and there's a big difference in some of our managers on how fancy their building is or how just nuts and bolts their decor is.
And what do you like, Randy?
Well,
just checking, I'm just
this one, but I think that does tell you something about a manager. If they've been a going concern for quite a while, and PUM has been growing, and yet they still are in pretty humble surroundings. I think that tells you something about the way they manage your money as well.
What was it, Jack, that they all said when we came here?
They're disciplined.
They were disciplined. Oh, you found that they're all bottomed up, disciplined approach.
Of course.
Okay.
Sure, so on to page 11 here, just kind of talking about structural beliefs. Why is it that we have these portfolios arranged the way we do, why do we invest in the kind of things that we do? So diversification is a big part of what we do. That takes different forms. Capitalization, we, as I said, invest in managers that span the market cap spectrum. At present, we tend to be more overweight in the small and mid cap area, especially with active management. What we have in the large cap area is, number one, to some extent underweight, and number two, passive in many cases. Manager styles and methodologies, I'm not going to spend too much time on that because we'll have some examples of that in a couple of pages here. Mids and large, obviously, I guess we wouldn't be invested in those if we didn't think we were getting something out of it, but over the long term, and again, I've got a chart on this, they do tend to provide better returns, and even on a risk-adjusted basis, tend to be pretty good. Why we're a little bit underweight in large cap, it's highly efficient and a difficult space. So what does that mean? Well, large cap stocks have a lot more analyst coverage. They're in the news all the time, more than smaller cap stocks. So it just, in general, is harder to get an information advantage. What is it that you as an investment manager can learn about those companies that everybody doesn't already know? Not as much. So that's, structurally and philosophically why we tend to be underweight in the large cap area. A little bit more detail on that on page 12. As we said, mid and smalls have better returns. Here's what I just said. The small guys have less coverage. So we're basically
when we hire a manager, we're paying them for their insights that they have. And if they're able to dig into the guts of a smaller company or meet with that company management and develop some actual insights onto that, that's what we're paying them for. And that's how we expect them to be able to outperform is by using those insights and getting in there into places that large street analysts aren't really paying so much attention to. It's also less efficient space in terms of trading volumes, just makes it a more inefficient market. A lot of stocks in that area. There are just tons of small caps out there and a fair number of mid caps as well. So it just is a very rich opportunity set as well. And again, you know, risk adjusted returns, I'm going to talk about that here in a second, but just in the aggregate, mids and smalls, we continue to believe are a better opportunity set, a better bang for our buck, so to speak. And so that's why we tend to be overweight that area. Page 13, what we do here is this decomposes the overall asset class benchmark, the MSCI IMI. As I said, that IMI basically just means that it contains large, mids, and smalls. And so what this does is it breaks those three return components out separately, and you can see that, that the smalls and the mids over time do outperform the large by a pretty substantial margin there. So that, again, is empirically evidence of why we do what we do in terms of how we construct these portfolios. And then lastly on page 14, so this is the risk and return trade-off. So risk is defined on the x-axis there in terms of standard deviation. So as Randy mentioned earlier, how much does a given stock move around, whether that be up or down. And then on the y-axis there we have annualized return. So the bottom line is the more risk, the more return you demand in return for that. And so that's very much what you see here. What we can do to kind of standardize these numbers is what we call Sharpe ratio. So basically you're taking your excess return divided by the standard deviation to provide a standard number. And we don't show that here, but basically the mids come out looking the best on that basis. So when we talk about hiring managers, we often refer to what we call the mid-cap sweet spot, because it tends to be a little bit of an ignored area, or a lot of investors like us don't really carve out mid-caps as its own space, or don't pay so much attention to that. So in some ways it's almost more neglected than small caps are. And so over time it really has been a good area for us, and we have quite a few active managers in that space. And so again, just in terms of why we like the smalls and the mids, on an absolute return basis and risk adjusted, they also look very good.
Can you give us an example of size when we hear small cap, and what really is a range of size or more? What are you talking about for market cap?
Sure. When we talk about small caps, we tend to think, we've kind of roughly talked about it 3 billion and below. MSCI, depending on the
how below?
How far below?
Yeah.
We have some managers that will go down as far as 10 million.
Yeah, although those, we would consider those micro caps.
Right.
Small caps would be, I'd say, probably 500 million to 3 billion.
Yeah.
$500 million what their stock value is.
Yeah.
What the market
value, yeah.
These are not really small companies, are they?
Even, of course I'm aging myself here, but I remember when small caps were not $3 billion in market value. They were quite a bit smaller. That was 20 some years ago. But, everything appreciates in value over the long term. So it's all a relative game there. A $3 billion market cap company nowadays is considered a small company, but it's not like a micro cap of say 10 million, like Steve said.
And do you have any comments as far as our size, or maybe RBK, as far as, I don't know if California pensions can afford to put the same kind of percentage of monies into small caps because they're so big. I assume that's not a real problem for us. But for those of us that aren't 200 billion, you know, Ontario, whatever, I don't know if there's we can afford to get into it because it's alignment of our liquidity needs are not going to completely crown over the liquidity of a small cap. Any comment about that?
Yeah, given our size, and then I'll let RBK speak, given our size, we do have to be somewhat careful in, you know, we do invest in small caps. Our managers are careful to, you know, not move the market, so to speak, when they're trading positions. But I think that it's relative for us to somebody that's a much larger pension fund. I do think we do have an advantage versus them in some ways where, you know, we can get our allocation to small caps much easier than the larger, you know, mega size public pension plans can. And so we do have an advantage versus them, even though you do have to watch with our size what, like I said, you know, you have to watch that you don't push the market around within those portfolios.
And why is it that we can do it more easily than they? I missed that one.
Well, because our size, you know, we can get, you know, 15% exposure to small cap within our pool, much with a lot less dollars than say like Calvert.
Percentage of the pool, they would be larger institutions would have such a small percent, wouldn't be with their.
They would have trouble moving in and out of small caps more so than we would, yeah, because of their size.
And the issue with the bigger systems is that these small cap managers close to new business because they just can't put more money to work and find the 50 gem names that they want to have in their portfolio. So they have hard caps on their growth of $1 billion to $3 billion in assets under advisement, depending on the strategy in the small/mid world. So you take a very, very large pension plan, public pension plan, they have to hire so many managers in the active space to get the allocation to small cap that they've replicated that index, if you will, but through active management. So it's really a function of not only the liquidity and the ability to trade those small stocks, it's actually finding active money managers that have enough room for that potential client's allocation within their book of business, and the fact that through diversification of both access to managers that are open, as well as business risk of hiring those managers, they just get pushed out of some of those active manager opportunities. So some of them are just indexed because they just simply can't implement a fully active strategy.
But let's not conflate the two types of liquidity. One is the liquidity that's in the small cap universe of stocks itself. That's much bigger.
Yes.
But you have to go through, if you're going to be active, you have to go through managers to get to it. And so I think what Randy is saying is that you don't need many managers or big allocations where you would own the manager to get access to active management of small caps, as say a CalPERS or a CalSTRS or our client, the state of New York, would, because to put that amount of money to work in an active space, they're looking at a lot of managers that if they put $1 billion with them, they would have essentially half of all that manager's assets.
Yeah.
And you don't want to own a manager. Yeah. So that's the chief problem. That's the number one problem that big pools of money have versus, say, someone the size of the state of Montana.
I don't own any managers. I didn't know if you knew that or not, but I don't know much about it.
Let the record show that Carl doesn't own it.
Randy, is there, in the small cap world, I have wondered this sometimes, and I think we've talked about it, there is no overlap really in the types of companies in the small cap world that would conflict with what Ethan is buying in the private equity world. Is that true?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, I've sometimes wondered, you know, that many of the private equity firms that companies that we're buying in the private equity world are smaller businesses. They're just not traded publicly. But they have the same attributes, same, you know, composition that maybe some of the small cap world does. So if we think our allocation to small cap companies is 5% or whatever it is, if we add it to what Ethan is buying in the private equity world, is it more likely that we have a 7, 8, 9% exposure to small cap private equity type companies that are similar? Because we always
In
think
the
of
overall
private.
allocation.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question.
The allocation would be bigger, but even the biggest companies that are in our private equity portfolio are no bigger than a small cap name. I don't know what the numbers are, but there are certain attributes that are absolutely span from one side to the other.
So then as we think of private equity as a diversifier against the public equity markets, would not the companies in the private equity realm act the same as the ones in the small cap realm? In terms of performance and how they...
So I guess another way to put that is a really diversification between the two if we're doing small cap and private equity. It's a really diversified, different investment or same investment.
Well, I think I think they're both, you know, they're similar market caps, but you don't have the public market's influence on a day-by-day basis with the private equity holdings that you do the public market holdings. I do know that there's times when private equity will get a distribution from a company that they've owned that has gone public, and they'll turn it over to me and I'll sell it in the public markets. So we do have that kind of overlap, which is, I don't know if that was part of your question or not, but you don't have the immediate public market influence on private equity small caps that you do in public market small caps. But they are similarly sized companies, Lord.
By definition, you're public and you're publicly traded. The small caps are, whereas the private equities aren't, are they?
No,
No, they're not as liquid.
And you know, one of the things that indicates some similarities is that, you know, the liquidity vehicle that private equity uses in their asset class is the small cap Russell ETF. And, you know, I'll buy that for them or sell that for them based on the liquidity needs. So there is some of that, I guess, overlap, you might call it, but you know, it doesn't influence the pricing immediately in the private equity holdings that it does the public equity holdings.
Who's got a question?
So I would just say, Mr. Chair, in answer to your question, it depends on what kind of diversification you're talking about.
Right.
If what you're talking about is, are they fundamentally different economic vehicles? The same capitalization, they come from the same kinds of industries, generally speaking, in the broad strokes? The answer is no. And that's why I think Ethan said the allocation to small cap would be higher if you considered that. But there's other kinds of diversification. There's methodological diversification. There's how private equity managers on your behalf approach the marketplace and the methods they use to select companies that they buy and put into your limited partnerships. That's different than what public market, and it's a different group of companies. As you mentioned, they can be public that they buy, but they're often private. The third difference is that there's a long history in the marketplace that says that there's a premium return to asset owners who are willing to accept illiquidity for a period of time. And so you don't get that in small cap public markets, but you do get that in Ethan's market. And so there's other kinds of diversification that take place than just capitalization and do they come from the same economic industries. So I don't know if that helps.
Okay, yeah, that does. Thank you.
But is that another way of saying we're paying for different things?
Exactly.
Right. In the public market, we're paying for this company to do well. In the private market, we're paying for the manager to do something with that company to increase its value.
I think Ethan would generally agree with that.
True?
Yeah, I don't want to get too philosophically off track here, but as far as, you know, there's academic discussions about how publicly traded companies are managed versus how private equity companies are managed, and what sorts of strategic CapEx projects they enter into, how they affect earnings through time in order to create longer term value, et cetera, versus being driven by trying to just meet earnings, for example. So those are things to think about. But, you know, I think the first point that Jim made is very spot on. You know, you're not going to get necessarily more economic or industry diversification with the same company, two companies in the same space, one being publicly traded, one being private equity owned. But as far as value creation and other sorts of diversification, I would argue that you absolutely are getting that.
Page 15.
Okay.
We're on 15.
Okay. A little bit about positioning here. Overall, this slide addresses the overall positioning of the asset class. And of course, we use a diversified approach that includes a blend of indexed and active portfolios based on what Steve was talking about, what we call our structural beliefs. We're significantly passive within large caps based on those, and significantly active within mids and smalls. And then we seek to have complementary active portfolios, and by complementary portfolios we mean different styles. We have growth and value, different methodologies. We have some quantitative managers who manage via computers and a number of metrics, and then we have managers that manage on a fundamental basis, which is more traditional. We match up market capture profiles, and you hear me talk about upside capture managers and downside capture managers, and so we look to have a blend of those. And we also consider the correlation of return histories among our managers. And the correlation is basically how their returns have matched each other over a period of time. And we try to have managers, say, for instance, in mid-cap, we would want to have managers, if we were to add a manager, we would want to add a manager that has a lower correlation to the managers that we currently have, that indication that we would smooth out returns from a diversification standpoint. Typically, as we talked about, we're overweight mid-caps and small caps. At the asset class level, per policy, we can carry cash at no more than 5%. Take a look at page 16. This shows our position as of December 31 versus the benchmark, and you can see the approved ranges there. The policy statement groups large and mid together at 82 to 92%. You see we're near the lower range of that, lower of the range there, and then small cap, we have a range of 8 to 18, and we're about 60. And managers there on the left, I'm sure those names are all familiar to you because, as you mentioned earlier in the presentation, most of these managers have been with us for a number of years. Any questions on positioning generally?
Yep. Page 17, just a little more detail on the types of portfolios that we use here. ETFs, we use those for various reasons. It kind of helps us. We can tweak our exposure if we want to get more large cap exposure or more small cap exposure. For example, in the short term, we can buy those. They're very liquid, very easy to get in and out of. So we just kind of hold those at the asset class level. Index portfolios, we've referred to those quite a bit here, especially in the large cap area. Basically, these are a relatively cheap way to get broad exposure to the overall market. Again, especially in the large cap area where we have relatively less confidence in an individual manager to add value, but we still want to have that equity exposure to get that high equity return that we talked about back at the beginning of this presentation. Then we get into the actively managed ones. These take several forms. Enhanced index portfolios are still relatively cheap from a management fee perspective, but do allow us to get a little bit extra return, so that's why we call them enhanced index. So we're not looking for these guys to add 400 basis points over the index. We're just looking for them to goose it a little bit. Long only active portfolios, this is where the largest portion of our managers fall into this area, and again, most of these are in the largest small cap areas, as we've discussed. fundamental is probably what most people would think about as a manager. You know, you're doing research on companies, you're digging into the financial statements, you're interviewing company management, you're developing your own earnings estimates to figure out what you think that company's going to be worth next year. So that's, you know, the largest portion of our managers are fundamental in nature. Then we have some that are more of a quantitative style. Now what they're doing is there's various ways of doing it. You know, no two models are the same, but basically they have some kind of a computer model that they've programmed to look at factors, whether that be PE, whether that be growth rates, whether, you know, any factors of that nature. They can actually be fundamental factors, but they're just being tracked in more of a methodical and quantitative method. So we do have a few managers that fall into that category.
On those,
yes.
How much disclosure do they give you? Do you know exactly how the models work?
In general, no, but
well, see, I don't like that.
because it's let me clarify that. So it's they have a model, okay, and actually we used to have one manager that was probably more of a little bit more of a black box in that respect, and actually they didn't do very well for us, so we got rid of that. But I'm going to use one of our international managers as an example there, even though we're talking about domestic, which is Acadian, and they actually have broken down for us in pretty good detail the sorts of factors that they use. They've actually done WebEx for us to actually kind of show us on the screen what that looks like. Now, when I say they don't want to give away the secret sauce, obviously they don't want to tell us exactly how much weight they apply to this factor or things of that nature, because they don't, you know, if they've got a process that works, they don't want anybody else to be able to copy that and reverse engineer it. So that when I say we don't know exactly how it works, that's what I mean. But we do have a pretty good sense of, you know, what are the general categories. We know you've got some factors in the growth category. We know you use momentum as a factor, for example. So we actually do have a reasonably good sense of at least the general categories of the things they use in there. They just don't want to tell us, you know, down to the fine point what those specs are. But we actually, I probably overstated that a little bit. We actually do have a reasonably good sense of at least generally speaking the kind of categories that they look at.
You sign non-disclosure agreements with them?
No, I don't believe we do.
When you deal with them quarterly, what kind of information are you getting from them other than results? Certainly not giving you any.
Correct. So what they tell us is again kind of speaking about these general categories. You know, they'll talk to us and say the value characteristics that we were looking at added. You know, they contributed to returns, but the momentum characteristics detracted, or things of that nature. So again, they'll frame it in kind of general categories, and then they may highlight some specific things, like they'll say our focus on street estimates or something like that, which would be a part of the growth category generally, and then they may focus on a couple like that and say, okay, our focus on what the street estimates were, you know, we put too much focus on that, and so it caused that category to underperform or something to that effect. So that's a really good question, because, you know, if it's just a model and they don't want to tell you the model, what can they tell you? Well, historically for quants, I think that's been a little bit of a difficult area, and I think they've spent quite a bit of time over recent years trying to figure out how can we frame this in a meaningful way for the manager, for the client, so that it's not just up or down, right? Yeah.
I think we're kind of understating the knowledge we have of the quant strategies. You know, it comes down to implementation, right? Many times on the quant stuff, we'll know the rules. We won't understand the coding of the model, and the specific model, but just as a manager that doesn't use a quantitative process, we don't understand exactly how their brain works, right? So we actually, in many times, have more insight on the quantitative approach, because the rules that they do talk to us about are more defined than the managers that aren't using a quantitative process. But in both cases, we have a strong understanding of their approach, their philosophies, and how they're implementing it. So when we talk about our quantitative managers, we're not talking about a black box, we don't know what they're doing. Yeah, we don't have their coding, right? We can't run that and guess their next step. But we have a very good idea of what type of stocks they're likely to buy, which ones they're likely to sell, and what the portfolio is going to look like. And in many times, a better estimate of that than a manager that doesn't use a quantitative process.
So last bullet point then is the partial long short. So in general, a manager that we hire for the most part is they only have two choices with a stock. They can either own it or not own it. With the long short managers, we're enabling them to access their insights and make use of their insights on what's happening on the short side of the market. So not only can they buy something or not buy something, they can, if they are convinced that the stock is going to go down, they can actually borrow it, sell it, and then buy it back at the lower price to cover it. And so that's the extra insight that we get with the long short managers is we enable them to take advantage of their insights on stocks that might actually go down. But it's still done in a risk-controlled manner. Generally, the managers that you hire in this area are what we call 130-30 managers, and so they have the positions that they take short, they take that extra capital and apply that to the long side. So you have 130 plus and 30 minus, and so you still have net 100% market exposure. So it's not as if they're taking a huge leverage bet or something like that. We do confine them to within a range because frankly the short side of the market is riskier, it just is. So, last couple pages here, we're just gonna, we've talked again kind of about what does diversification look like. This is the actual manager list that we saw a minute ago, except it's broken down into what sort of manager they are. First page 18, you can see the very basic breakout of index versus active. Not a whole lot to be said there. Probably the more interesting chart might be on page 19, where we also break down the active management in terms of value, core, and growth style. And even within these areas, I'm going to pick out an example here to give you, there's methodology and philosophical differences even within these categories. So growth, I'm going to pick out AllianceBernstein and Voya. Those are both small cap growth managers, but they take a different approach. Bernstein is more of what we would characterize as a pure growth manager. So they're not afraid to buy something that on the face of it on a PE basis looks more expensive, because their insight is to say, we think the street has the earnings estimates wrong and the estimates are going to be higher than what the market is currently factoring into that stock price. So essentially the earnings are going to grow into the stock price. Voya is more of what we call more of a GARP style manager, growth at a reasonable price. They take not exactly the opposite approach, but to some extent an opposite approach, which is to say we don't want to buy anything that's really expensive and try to figure out whether it's going to grow into it. We'd rather have something that we have a reasonable degree of confidence in the growth trajectory, but we think it's just plain underpriced relative to what that growth trajectory is. So again, even within one little universe of the way that we've got this divided up, there's a lot of ways that a manager can invest, and when we're hiring managers, we put a lot of thought into, not just which one of these broad categories they fit into, but how do they provide diversification and offset to existing managers. Does it? Yep. Slide 20, we talked a bit about fees earlier, so some of this may be a bit of repeating, but our active fees are paid primarily in big caps and small caps because we figure that's where we get the most out of our fees that we pay from an active perspective, and also in partial long short portfolios that Steve was just talking about. We do manage or monitor the fees of our managers. RBK did an analysis for us just here in the last few weeks that compared what we're paying to our existing managers compared to what their experience was for those managers. And so that's the type of work that we do and collaborate with them on. Again, performance-based fees, we're considering those where appropriate. Page 21 shows a breakdown of the management fees over the last few years. Not a whole lot of change there in the expense ratio overall for those 3 years. But if you recall, in 2012, when we did the restructuring of domestic equities and we moved to predominantly passive and large cap, it dropped the expense ratio quite a bit. It used to be 36 basis points, and now it's holding around 23, 24 basis points. So pretty dramatic decrease in fees there during the 5-year period, mostly which was in the beginning of that 5-year period. But again, we're very conscious about fees and monitor them on a consistent basis, and one big reason why we're considering performance-based fees is because, as Joe said earlier, every basis point counts when it comes to money of this size.
Okay, on page 22, we've referred a little bit to due diligence and monitoring, but I just want to give a little bit more detail about what kind of, what are the factors that go into this. So external manager evaluation policy is an actual written policy, and I have a copy of it right here that addresses, what sorts of things do we look for when we're hiring a manager, and after we've hired them, what are we going to pay attention to going forward. All nature of things go into that. What's the cost, which we just talked about here? What's, how are we going to measure their performance? What's the benchmarking? What does monitoring like going forward in terms of, doing conference calls or on-site visits? What reporting is the manager required to provide to us on a regular basis, whether that means monthly, quarterly, annually? What's the role of Randy and me in the process of hiring and monitoring a manager? What's the role of Joe in that process? What input do we take from RBK in the process of hiring? So that's all, literally on paper in terms of, what is it that's important to us when we're hiring a manager. Now, once we've got them hired, yes?
No.
Oh, sorry. So going forward, once we hire them, what kind of things do we look at? So investment guidelines, this is actually part of the manager's contract in each case, specifies what the return objective is, again, what the performance benchmark is, specifies what are permitted and prohibited investments, how much cash can they hold, sector limitations, all kinds of things like that are all spelled out in advance. In the investment guidelines, which again are literally part of the contract, so that there's no question up front what we expect of the manager and what we're going to be watching them on. Scorecard is a relatively new development for us in the last couple of years that again basically puts a negative or a neutral or a positive in several different categories, so we can track again on an ongoing basis, what's our assessment of this manager? Are they getting better? Are they getting worse? Tracks a number of different areas, the organizational structure, the executive personnel at the company, portfolio managers, are they adhering to their philosophy and style? Are they actually outperforming? Are they, again, adhering to the guidelines that we've set up? How is their client service? Are they involved in any litigation that we should know about? So again, there's, I think, 11 different areas that we track on a quarterly basis for each manager that we have under contract to make sure that they're doing everything that we expect. And if we're...
And you're tracking the count.
We actually have, it's a document. It's again, a written document that we update each quarter.
No, but I mean, where's the data coming from that goes into the? Are you, I mean, I guess I'm asking, are you relying on the manager to provide this stuff?
No, well, I mean, if it's, asset numbers or something like that, but this all, our assessment of, so if there's a personnel change, yeah, we rely on them to tell us that. And in fact, again, that's in the contract, that they're supposed to tell us things like that. If it's something like, do we think that they're adhering to the philosophy or the style or the investment guidelines, that's, I guess I would say, more incumbent on us, and that's part of our quarterly review process, where we do attribution on the manager, and we do a call with them, and they tell us about what they're buying and selling, and this is kind of part of our responsibility that we have to understand the managers that we're hiring. We have to understand their process in order to know whether they're adhering to it. So that part of it is incumbent on us. So basically, the data that goes into the scorecard, I guess I'd say it's a combination of numbers that they provide us and our assessment of what we get from them when we talk to them on a quarterly basis, or ad hoc basis as necessary. I just alluded to the next bullet point here, the quarterly review process. We do our own attribution work on figuring out what made their performance tick each quarter and year. We do our own work on that. We have a call with them, and based on what we got from that attribution, that tells us what kind of things we want to pick and poke at them on. After that call, we will update the scorecard, and we also do a formal write-up on the call that summarizes all the things that we talked to them about. So there's a clear pattern for each individual manager over time of what we've talked to them about and what concerns we've had. Are they addressing those concerns? There's a track record there. The attribution part of it comes from FactSet. Several of you saw a couple of years ago when I did the FactSet demo for you. I guess not everybody here has seen it, but we continue to make very extensive use of that. Also to some extent for doing new manager searches, because we can run our own return calculations and risk statistics and all that kind of stuff out of there. eVestment we referred to briefly already. That's a relatively new tool for us in-house here. It's good in particular for screening new managers. So for example, if we want to hire, I'm going to use the example of small cap growth again. If we want to hire a small cap growth manager, first we can select that universe of managers from within there, and then we can specify, minimum asset level, minimum portfolio manager experience, things of that nature. So basically, whatever we decide up front that we want to consider as important, we can plug all that stuff in there and kind of screen out the chaff right off the top and give you a smaller universe to look at. So definitely a powerful tool. On-site visits, you heard from Jason about that. So those are, again, on an ongoing basis, the things we do for existing managers, and we are always also interested in developing a bench of managers of interest, even if we don't hire them right off the bat. Guys that we've done significant amount of due diligence on, research on, and we're comfortable with them such that if we decide to expand our allocation in a given area, we have some place to go, or if we become dissatisfied with one of our existing managers, we have someone to replace them with. So we're relatively early in that part of the process. We don't have managers in every area yet, but it's a work in progress, and basically any time we want to talk to a manager, or a manager cold calls us or whatever, we can kind of rank them. We have a spreadsheet and basically say, what's our level of interest with this manager with respect to, do we want to do additional follow-up with them, or do we just want to say, we'll call you. And then again, last is RBK's involvement, and that is very important. They have helped us in the past to find managers. And we also, I guess when we're hiring managers, they often ask us, do we work with a consultant? And I say, yes, we do work with a consultant, but we aren't required to take their word for anything. But we do value their input, because they have
They have their own manager research staff that goes out and meets with managers in person all the time and has write-ups on a number of managers as well. So we certainly value their input. Again, we may or may not hire the same manager that they would have hired or their top pick in any given space, but we always reach out to them for their input on any manager, whether it's whether it's their favorite or not. We certainly want to hear their views on it.
Yeah, I would also add that if something happens with a particular manager that we are invested with, RVK is quick to give us their assessment of that event, whether it's positive, negative, whether it's substantial enough to explore further. They will clue us into on-site visits that they do themselves if we're interested. So we appreciate that as well. Final page is page 23, and this slide here basically just tells you what the future may hold. A lot of these things you've heard before. Domestic equities will continue to be probably continue to be a regular source of funds, given the way that the stock market has performed and the flavor of asset allocation that we're trying to implement per our CIO. Typical mid-cap and small-cap overweights, we don't anticipate those changing anytime soon. We did start to taper risk back a bit within this asset class, just in the last several months, 6 to 9 months or whatever, and so we were tilting a little bit more towards a lower beta and adding more so incrementally to our downside protecting portfolios. So you may see more of that in the future as well, depending on what market action.
What does that mean?
Tapering?
The lower beta and downside protecting?
Just lower market risk. The portfolios that we have, some carry lower risk. Lower beta is a market risk statistic, and so we're trying to lower our market risk a little bit within the pool by going to managers that have a lower beta than the market. For instance, manager may have a beta of 0.95 when beta that would follow the market perfectly would be 1. So we're looking and have been adding to those type of managers in the last several months. Same thing with downside protected managers, downside protected portfolios. If you look at the performance history of a particular manager, and RVK provides this analysis as well, you can see in a given quarter, over a period of years for each quarter, was the market up that quarter or down that quarter? Did the manager outperform or underperform? And so, a downside protecting manager would be a manager that does better in markets where the market is going down rather than going up, and vice versa for the upside.
And could you give us an example of one of our managers that's a downside?
Yeah, let me see, what's the best example? Downside protecting manager in domestics. Times Square is a downside protecting manager in growth. Artisan typically is in value, in the mid-cap value space. And Voya is a downside protecting manager in small-cap growth.
So I would recommend you ask us the same question tomorrow when we get to the beta page of the total fund performance, and perhaps we'll give the same answer, but from a total fund point of view that Randy just went through.
But not till tomorrow.
The chairman's in charge of the agenda. I'm just following the rules.
We're running a little over.
Last couple bullet points here. We're broadening the ongoing manager selection process and ramping up our on-site visits, as you've heard. And then, again, performance-based fees are a possibility for some of our managers, but again, nothing definite out there.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, gentlemen. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Certainly the room is open.
It's always room.
And view, well, look at view.
Is that right? They got
Just
it.
total.
Okay, you ready? All right, we'll get back to order. I'm sure Dave's going to shortly with Joe if you want to proceed. You're on.
Will do, thank you. So we're going to turn to page 7 and talk about the diversifying strategies. And so in tab 7, you'll find a few different things. Starting off, there's a memo from me. Following that, there's a brief document, kind of a Q&A. After that, just 3 pages of quick examples showing diversification of what some of the multi-asset class managers are doing. And last, and most importantly, specific proposed investment objectives and guidelines for the diversifying strategies asset class. So for each of these, I was going to spend most of my presentation time on the last, on the specific guidelines, because I'd be asking you to make a decision today on that to consider approving those. But before getting there and into the specifics about the objectives and guidelines, I'm happy to talk about the questions and answers. I tried to write this out in a form of, what are some of the questions, what are some of the things we've talked about before, and then provide my perspective on the answer for each one of those. So that's the first few pages. And instead of hitting each one and reading the question and reading the answer to you, maybe I can just pause for a moment and see if those that have, if there are any specific questions that I should hop to kind of right away to provide more context.
I didn't quite figure out how the handouts fit into it. Is this a specific?
So can I get to that after the Q&A? And yeah, that does require a little bit more explanation, but it's really only an example, some illustrations, and I'll talk through what those mean. But in terms of the Q&A itself, are there any answers that any of the board members would like me to go into greater detail, or any questions that you might have that weren't suggested in this piece?
Can I ask you one?
Sure.
To me, I look at this and I consider it a strategy, not an asset class. So can you tell me why, if we do this, it's an asset class?
I will try. So I agree. I would say what is going to go into the diversifying strategies, we're calling it an asset class, but I agree it's not a true asset class. A true asset class would be more homogeneous, right? Like domestic equities, okay, they have a beta to the domestic equity market. They're going to behave in similar ways. We have fixed income and different types of fixed income, and we can put those into asset classes, right? What this diversifying strategies is not an asset class in itself. It's really a collection of strategies that make sense to help provide diversification to the broader plans that are already getting exposure to these other asset classes, but to help and assist provide that bulk diversification of return to meet the retirement plan goals. So I think you're spot on, Jack, that it is not a true asset class, but without it, there's no, these type of strategies, there's no good place to put it. You look at something, you say, boy, that's a good strategy, that's a good idea, that would help us achieve our goals, but we have no place to put it in our current structure. So this grouping of diversifying strategies, for convenience sake, we're referring to that as an asset class because from the plans, we're saying so much of the plan's dollars, 0 to 4% in this case, at this time would be dedicated to these type of strategies. But it's more of a collection of those strategies as opposed to a homogeneous asset class. Is that?
So Joel, maybe, oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
No, go ahead.
So maybe you could walk us through, and you've probably done this in previous meetings, with some specificity, what this looks like. Because I'm having trouble understanding what all the various components are, how they relate together, how we buy them, when we have them in place, and how they, what, and I understand it's for kind of a hedge for the downside of the market, but.
Okay, the best way for me to answer that is to go to the investment guidelines themselves. So if you go to the last kind of page on the tab, and it's two-sided. But if under this, you really go to the second side, right? And it's permitted investments, right? And there's 5 things there, right? So how are we going to get exposure to these things? And I would tell you, each of these 5 things are also in the investment guidelines for one of the other asset classes, right? So we're going to get exposure by either working with the manager to set up a separate account or to invest directly in their fund, just like we do today in one of the other asset classes. So that's how we would get exposure to it. What they're going to invest in is going to be public market securities, right? We are not looking to invest in private securities here. When we look to invest in any type of private investment, we're going to do that within our private equity asset class, our real estate asset class, or our natural resources. So the opportunity set of investments that they're going to look at are the broader public markets, some that we currently invest in, like U.S. equities or investment grade bonds, but some that we don't, like convertible bonds or preferred stocks or emerging market debt. So it is a broad opportunity set, and if it was a manager that focused in that opportunity set in one specialty, say if it was they were really good in international equity, right? You'll see under other restrictions, this is under other restrictions number 2, we wouldn't invest in diversifying strategies there because we'd say, well, you do international equities? Well, we have an asset class, international equities. We would only do it if we think it fits that, right? But if the manager said, well, what we do in some of these pages that I'll show you that Terry is referring to are managers that are managing multi-asset class strategies, right? They're managing equities, they're managing fixed income securities, and their strategy within managing those type of securities might be to go long those securities, so or go short, or as Randy and Steve just talked about, maybe partial long short, or somewhere in between, using both of those, right? And these multi-asset class strategies, someone that does that and does it well and might strive for an absolute return similar to our number one priority of trying to achieve an actuarial return, there's no place for them in our current portfolio, right? So if we thought there was a manager that had that type of strategy across asset classes, whether we have exposure to those asset classes or not, we really don't have a good place, because we couldn't take, say if their biggest exposure at one point in time was international equity, but they had some fixed income exposure, and they had some emerging market debt, and they had some cash, and a mixture of different things, we wouldn't put them into our international equity asset class, because it doesn't fit our intent there to beat that international equity benchmark we have. Because the design of these multi-asset class strategies is more absolute value. So the opportunity set is similar, but actually even a little bit bigger, because there's other asset classes than the public space that we don't use today. the opportunity set for diversifying strategies is larger than what we collectively utilize across the other asset classes, but how they integrate them in diversifying strategies would be different. But maybe I can answer, try to take one of your questions in turn. I just tried to.
I don't remember what they are now.
But I think the key thing is to focus on the opportunity set first, right? And so what are we going to do differently? Well, there's some asset classes, and a few that I just mentioned, that we don't have exposure to today. And maybe today we don't think they warrant so much exposure that in total they should represent 1 or 2 or 10% of our overall cap pool. But it might make sense to invest in some of those strategies, right? And the examples I gave were things like preferred securities or emerging market debt or convertible bonds.
So the first one, if we adopted this, that you would do would be the long U.S. Treasury portfolio, correct?
Correct.
And I don't understand how that's different than us currently investing in U.S. Treasuries, which we're already doing.
So we could do it there, but our current U.S. Treasury portfolio is focused on the intermediate part of the curve, because we believe that the intermediate part of the U.S. Treasury and agency curve provides the best risk-return trade-off. But long U.S. Treasuries, which we're saying would be the first approach here, provide the best. It's where you would want to be, where you wanted to have been in the past markets that equities went down a lot. So it may not be a good thing for the average time. There we'd rather be in where we are today, intermediate treasuries. But if you're trying to build diversification and protection within the portfolio, for particularly when public equities go down, long U.S. treasuries, so 30-year treasury bonds, have proven to be a good measure.
Well, we could do that now.
We could, so that's.
So why don't we just do it now?
So, because, so another aspect of diversifying strategies is to be dynamic, either both us and the managers, in changing our exposures over time, whereas our exposure right now to the intermediate part of the U.S. Treasury curve is a much more strategic outlook. That's kind of looking over 10 years, what do we think is an appropriate range and where we want to be, and those intermediate treasuries provide the best risk and return. In the last few years, would have said in diversifying strategies, it doesn't make sense to have 30-year treasuries because we're at the lowest rates we've ever been. And the only reason, I put down there that U.S. Treasuries might be something at this time to consider as the first step, at least as a toehold, is in the last several weeks, rates have gone up significantly, right? And so it doesn't mean that a long U.S. Treasury will always and forever be a sizable portion of the diversifying strategies. It's that dynamic nature. Whereas I can say that our intermediate treasury portfolio will always be a meaningful foundation of the cap pool. So that's done for the broader reasons we do it. The size of our long U.S. treasuries would go up and down like these other strategies dynamically based upon the opportunity at the time, both their potential to protect the downside risk, but also to add value and try to achieve our absolute return goal of the actuarial return.
Okay, but I don't understand something. So we're going to take, the proposal is to take some of this money in this new class, right, and hire a manager who's going to buy long treasuries, correct?
No. If in the long treasuries, I just put that as something that if you went back to the last equity significant downclines and you looked at it, you would say, wish we owned more long treasuries, right? And so it seems to be something that we should at least have capacity to do. Yes, we could do that under our U.S. intermediate treasuries, but the timing of when you would want to do it and the size of that portfolio would dynamically change more so than our strategic. If we do that, and to the extent we do it, we would manage that internally. We would not hire an external managers to manage treasuries.
So what are we doing, so then what, tell me what we're buying.
So again,
in the diversifying strategies, what are we buying? What are we give you the authorization to.
Isn't it a miscellaneous, and some of which are covered in other categories and some aren't, and some are mixed up in other categories and some aren't? It's kind of like a none of the above, but I mean, isn't it kind of your sort of play money, extra money to get?
I agreed with everything. I agree to everything up to the word play, right? But it is, you know, it is a very similar but a broader opportunity set than we're currently looking at strategies. So, but there are some managers that their expertise isn't buying individual securities within the equity or fixed income markets. We're already focused there. Where, you know, if we come across a manager, we'll put it into a current asset class we have. But there are managers that are trying to target an absolute return. Very few of our domestic equity managers are trying to target an absolute return similar to our actual return. They're just trying to beat a benchmark on a relative basis. So back to what we're trying to do as a group, our first priority is an absolute return, that actuarial assumption. Our second is relative to a benchmark. Our third is peers.
Okay, you're not answering my question. My question is, what are we buying? What are we getting? I mean, what are we doing? We're giving $10 million to Voico.
Whatever they want to buy.
And to Voico, and he can do whatever he wants to with it? Is that what you're saying?
So there's a few things we could do. I'm going to put treasuries aside for a minute. We've talked about that briefly, right? We could give it to managers that are investing in asset classes that we have no exposure to today. Again, I'll list three easy ones that a lot of other institutional portfolios, and probably RBK could comment on this, already has exposure to, you know, emerging market debt. So we have fixed income, but we don't really have any debt outside of the U.S. We have equities outside of the U.S., but we don't have fixed income, right? So we would look for managers that might have expertise there, but we're not at the point that we would say, boy, we want to dedicate 5% of the portfolio to managers that are managing international bonds. We could go, RBK has pointed out a manager from their research that they really like that buys preferred securities, right? And has done an excellent job over time. Well, that type of approach in that market doesn't fit well with our asset class, because what is preferred? Well, preferred is, it's kind of equity-like, it's kind of bond-like, it doesn't fit. So that would go in this bucket, right? And I could keep going. Currencies, we take currency risk, but no one manages really currencies directly, right? So there's...
But to answer Carl's question, it's managers. It's not in the actual investments themselves. That's what he's asking. Do we give the money to managers? At least that's one of the things he asked.
We would give money to managers for everything that we don't have the internal capabilities to do. So that means for everything that really goes outside of investment grade fixed income. So for the majority of managers in this asset class, we would be, like the majority of the other asset classes, we would be trying to select an external manager. In some of the cases, they would be investing a strategy that's in an asset class that we don't have exposure today. In other cases, they would be investing in strategies that cuts across asset classes, some that we have exposure today, but the way that they do it is much more dynamic, and their goal, their focus of those strategies is absolute return, not just to one specific benchmark like an equity or fixed income benchmark. But there's plenty of things we wouldn't do, right? I mean, we wouldn't do all the private investments. We're not looking to make investments that we don't understand the strategy and there's illiquidity in the strategy or there's lockups and so there's plenty of things we wouldn't do. This is, it's trying to, instead of coming up with 5 or 6 new asset classes of strategies that we think could benefit a portfolio and saying, well, let's put 1 or 2% in this and 1/4% in this and 1% in that, it's collecting them all into this diversifying strategies grouping, maybe not an asset class, but have an efficient way to do that to achieve the retirement plan goal of achieving the actual return over time. Am I making any progress, Carl, in answering your question?
Some.
Okay.
Derek. So the benchmark you want to use to measure it by, and I appreciate it's such a diverse class, choosing a benchmark is very difficult. But you're going to want to use the Bloomberg Barclay U.S. Intermediate Treasury, right?
Yeah.
And so and it's both the risk and the return. Because, I mean, just on a very, ordinary level, intermediates are about 2.8 right now. I mean, what we're saying is we would be having success if with these assets we got 2.8%. But what you're really saying is it's absolute return, so you're more concerned with the risk aspect than the return.
Risk is a primary aspect, right? But if risk is your primary asset, and you could say, well, you invest as Randy pointed out, our highest allocation to an asset class is domestic equity in the mid 30%, right? Well, if you're concerned about investing in domestic equity, just take it and put in cash, right? Because then you'll protect your downside, and cash isn't going to go down like domestic equity. But the problem with cash is it's not going to earn the return, right? So if something seemed like cash, right, protected our downside but gave us a cash return, it would fall underneath the benchmark I'm suggesting, therefore we wouldn't do it. We would just put it in cash, right? If it, on the other hand, fixed income, intermediate treasuries, if in that case, those also help us protect against equity risk. That's why we have those as a standalone asset class. And they give a return consistent with that benchmark, that intermediate treasury benchmark. But if that's all we expected, then that's what we should do. So we should only be doing diversifying strategies over time if we get 2 benefits. One, the view that longer term, it's going to protect us against these strong down equity public markets, and 2, over time, it's going to give us a return better than cash, better than what we could get in these intermediate treasuries, net of fees, right? So it is a benchmark because over time, we expect that intermediate treasury benchmark. Today, it's 2.8, right? The average over time is about double that, right? That's not our expectation for the next few years, but over a 40-year period, like actuaries look at it, with a little more inflation, maybe we go back there, right? So it is difficult to choose one benchmark. And I looked at many different options of rolling up all the underlying benchmarks or not even having a benchmark, but this seems to be the simplest and most straightforward one. It's one we can specify, it's a standard benchmark, there's some commonality with another asset class, and we'd only do it if we think we can outperform it while also addressing the risk.
Just one more. I appreciate that you're using a relatively small number, 5%, to kind of initiate this. My question, though, is that enough to accomplish the goal?
Probably over a longer period of time, the simple answer is no. But as the board has suggested, is maybe it's better to be incremental, right? And so one reason why I proposed and the board approved in November is 0 to 4% in this asset class, is to be incremental, do certain things, provide communication on what's going on and how that performs, and if things are acting as suggested, and then there's reason to grow it over time. You know, the other benefit, and I tried to address this in the Q&A, and sorry, it just lists Q&A, but it's on the first page of the Q&A, it would be the 1, 2, 3, fourth question down, are there additional expected benefits? And there I'd say yes, because here, there's two cases. Let's take an asset class that we're not in today, right? Like emerging market debt, like preferred securities. Well, we're really not focusing on it, right? But if a manager is using that as their strategy, as part of their strategy, it's something we begin to focusing on more. We're tracking it more, monitoring, we're hearing their opinions. Over time, we might say, you know, we should really introduce more emerging market debt into our portfolio. More, you know, non-US bonds. So that discussion may not have immediate impacts, but it's an investment we're making that could influence the asset allocation going forward. The other example that I tried to highlight in answering this question are for these multi-strategies. Yeah, they're doing exactly what we're doing. Effectively running CAP, we're running a multi-asset class, multi-strategy portfolio, right? And we're trying to achieve an absolute return. That's what these multi-strategies are doing. The difference is they tend to move around their mixture more frequently. Not day trading, right? But within the scope of a year or a few years, they might take their equity percentage from 80 to 40, right? And fixed income and other combinations of long-short might make up other parts of it, right? But that move, if you have a manager, and maybe here, I'll take you to after the Q&A, there's 3 examples, and I removed the managers' names here, and you know, with each of these is an entire presentation, so I didn't want to get really into the weeds, right? But if you turn to the 3rd example, it says allocation strategy history at the top, and there's 3 columns of stacked bar graphs, I guess, and with different dates, and you'll see those dates, you know, and this is in the past, right? But this is an example, and 2003, 2008, 2009, very different markets, right? And you see this manager making significant changes, right, over time. Well, that tells us a lot about what their opinion is, right? And so on one hand, you have a manager like this. Now, this wasn't from one month to another. This is over, you know, 2003 to 2008, a 5-year period. But then you had the crash, and then 2009, things start to recover. How do you change things? So you take us, and we take an incremental approach. We're only changing things slowly, within our ranges, every once in a while coming back, changing the asset allocation range. But if we hire managers like this, that aren't saying, well, I'm just going to try to beat the equity benchmark over a long period of time, and our equity managers don't really care if they beat it 100 basis points, 200 basis points when the market's up 5%, down 5%. For us, we care, right? Because if you outperform by 200 basis points, when we're down 5%, that means the net to us is down 3%, right? That's not in the positive direction to achieve our long-term goal of getting 760, 775 in these plans, right? But if these managers tend to be not focused on how they're going to do versus the equity market, but achieving an absolute return. So it's more aligned with our goal, and so that's why they change. That's why you'll see the manager here, you know, move very much towards cash and fixed income, and everything they did in equities was in what they call quality equities in 2008. A very different profile from 2003 to 2009. What they would do in a portfolio for us, this is just an example, right? I'm not picking on this specific manager to say this is an ideal. There's a whole subset of managers that do this, and we would have further work to do to identify those managers. But this is an example that, one, what they would do for us would be a benefit. But two, through those discussions, we would be challenged to think, what's the best thing we should be doing with our asset allocation, right? And to me, that is a material benefit that we get indirectly and we're not paying them for, right? And they're getting paid just to manage that mandate. Does that?
Joe, are these multi-asset class managers GTAA managers?
You know, a number of them are GTAA, which stands for you know, the tactical asset allocation,
Tactical
right?
asset
And
allocation.
G is global, right? But some would just say, oh, we're TAA managers, right? So it's but not it's definitions that kind of cross paths, right? It's are all of them? No, or some of them maybe. It depends upon you or how you define GTAA, right? And are they expected to change their allocations over time? Yes. So if that's how you define GTAA, then they are. If GTA is defined as a manager that's running a day-to-day profit and loss statement and is gonna be all in or all out, you know, from day to day, no, that's not the type of strategies we're talking about, right? So part of the challenge here of these type of managers and why they don't fit now in our asset allocation strategies is because they don't fit into a nice neat box, right? But these strategies, you spend time looking at it, and you allow them to be dynamic over time based upon, in their mind, are they getting paid to take that risk today, not just strategically over a long period of time? If not, they'll alter their allocation. That adds value to us, right? So definitions are a challenge in this space, Jack, and some John, and some of them.
Oh, big Jack. Quite a compliment. I don't know.
And so some of them could be classified that way, but I think, you know, we would be looking at these strategies to say, will they be helpful to the overall plan as currently invested to achieve the longer term goals? We're not going to select them and not select them based upon a name that's associated with the strategy.
So I've got a couple questions. One, do we have the staff that can monitor this kind of stuff?
Yes, but also leveraging the resources of RVK. This stuff that we're talking about, a lot of it, again, overlaps with what we're doing in the public market. So a number of these strategies would be monitored and the due diligence would be conducted over time by Randy and the public markets team. Some of the aspects of these strategies and some of the strategies would be monitored by the risk management team because so I believe we have the scale to monitor these. We don't have the scale and resources to implement these strategies directly ourselves.
And then two, what I've learned over the years here is that we're long-term investors over long periods of time. That's how we judge things. And the way I hear or understand this is these are more shorter-term tactical moves. And how do you square those two?
Well, there's two things. There's, again, asset classes that we don't have exposure today that you could say benefit us longer term that would be placed in this diversifying strategies category, right? So in the same group I've been kind of managing and there's others could go into here. That would be done on the longer term. These multi-asset class strategies, yes, they do adjust, and yes, their time frame isn't necessarily over the next 40 or 10 years. They're saying, am I getting paid for that risk today? And so next year, next quarter, 3 years from now, they might adjust their strategy. But, you know, maybe it's a number of years misplaced, but think back to 2008 when the equity markets were down 40%. imagine saying, talking to our largest asset class and saying, well, what are you doing? Investing in equities. Why are you investing in equities? Well, because we're long-term and that's what we do, right? Well, sometimes to do the best over the long term, you have to be mindful of the risks over shorter and intermediate time periods. And we're doing that in our selection of managers. Randy mentioned in domestic equity portfolios some downside protection managers. But this is another layer of diversification, going with some managers that going up to 2008, going up actually to recent periods of time, might be more defensively positioned. And so unfortunately, if in the future, if we experience public equity markets going down 20% or plus, more than that, that's what these strategies are intended to protect against. If they were going to do the same thing, there's no reason to invest in these strategies, right? And on the other side of public equities, we have private equities because we expect them to do better. But what we need is something to give us the absolute returns we need for a longer term, but with a different risk profile than equities or fixed income.
I understand management fees, and you pay, but you earn more. But from a total portfolio, aren't we increasing our management fees when we're trying to decrease them by going in this class?
Not necessarily. It depends upon the mixture. Like again, if I do think there's benefit of separating long treasuries, which would be the only thing we'd do here. But if we do that, that would be very small. That's like a basis point or two for us to manage assets, right? Now there would be others that would be comparable to what we're paying for international equity and small cap managers. None of these managers that I'm talking about would compare to the fees that we're paying on the private investment side. The reason is we don't expect to get the return from these managers that we expect to get on the private investment side, right? So the average fees that we would pay here would be similar in some cases to our active managers in our public equity space. So again, the majority of our active managers are in the mid and small cap portion of the portfolio. So it would be in the neighborhood of 80 basis points to 2% of fees that we're paying, which is comparable to that small cap public equity, global equity space. It's not comparable to strategies that we expect to really target much higher returns over time.
And then one last one for me is based on the expectations of return, aren't we guaranteeing that we won't make our actual return?
From this asset class?
Yeah.
This asset class will have some impact, but at least today, as we have 0 to 4%, it will be dwarfed by the impact of the other asset class. So,
And why do it?
well, because you've suggested incrementalism over time, right? And so if I would support a much higher weight there, right? So if I would do it with a higher weight, but I've been asked to be incremental and move forward slowly. Now, as the weight grew, it would have a greater impact. But will we assume get our actual return, right? We talk about that a few times a year. RBK has shared their and reported to the board what their expectations are. And we've come up with numbers that at least over the intermediate period, the next 10 to 20 years, where our expectations today are below the mid-7 types of returns that the actuaries are making, because they would say they're making it for 40-year returns. So it's not inconsistent that our expectations are below. Even the last several weeks, our expectations on investment-grade fixed income have increased as rates have risen there meaningfully. So I believe strongly that this asset class that has been approved from 0 to 4% with the guidelines that are proposed allow us to take this first incremental step to to filling some gaps that we have today for exposures that we don't currently have in the portfolio, and utilizing strategies that are, yeah, maybe a little bit more responsive to markets that are overvalued and will dynamically adjust. But I think over time, as we head down this path and incorporate this type of strategy, I do think we will circle back at some time in the future and say, you know, we should have more in this diversifying strategies. We should take the 0 to 4% up higher, but I don't think that's the place to start.
But if I don't know, 2.8% or something other than under 7.5%, which of course, under the philosophy that we shouldn't buy anything at that rate, we wouldn't have any fixed income, right?
Correct.
So obviously that's not the situation, but primarily it's downside risk.
Well, we may not even have any U.S. equities today.
Right.
Right, if we only bought stuff over...
Well, my point was, I understand.
Yeah.
I agree with what. But I think the focus of this class is a downside, risk of downside. So that would tell me that we wouldn't necessarily have an expectation of returns that are high. I mean, necessarily, right?
Correct. So that's why the benchmark here is a fixed income benchmark and not an equity benchmark, or not putting a line in the sand and saying it needs to equal 7% or higher. But it is putting a line in the sand saying, you know, we can't just only focus on risk, because if we only focus on risk and avoid risk, we will not get return. So if at the end of doing this, we're really diversified, but we're earning a return similar to cash, we might as well be in cash. We might as well be in fixed income. So I believe this is the appropriate balance, choosing this benchmark, as if we do better than that, then we're doing better than probably what we're doing in fixed income in the treasury component of it, and we're doing better than we did in cash, and hopefully we would be able to demonstrate that it benefited the risk management of the broader portfolio.
Are they transparent?
We would only select strategies that are. So yes, they in many cases, for these multi-asset class strategies, would be in a fund that would be buying into the fund, but it would be transparent in a way. Today we're in a fund with BlackRock on our index strategies. We're in a fund with DFA in our small cap strategy or emerging market strategy, but we get from them what those holdings are. And we hold regular meetings with each of those managers we have today in the public markets. Same standard would be applied here. If a manager was not willing to provide us that transparency and not willing to go through the regular due diligence that Steve suggested, we would not be investing in them.
RBK, you've heard the board's questions. I think there's a general theme of the question. Is it additive? I think that's what they're trying to, they're struggling. Is it additive? And I think it might be helpful, you know, let's hear, help us answer that question.
This is where a little bit of institutional memory and history, and many of you on board will maybe some benefit. This is very much like the conversation that took place when the board considered a brand new exposure to real estate. Never had it before. A brand new exposure to hedge funds. Never had it before. A brand new exposure to 130/30. Never had it before. In the case of real estate, it was not so messy as this one. Easier to understand. Still, there was a lot of debate. The entry point, as you recall, was challenging just because of the nature of the real estate cycle. Turned out to be a good idea, I think. The board probably has that consensus, I'm guessing. Hedge funds, you looked at, you spent a year studying them. It was messy, more messy like this. You opted not to do them. Not a bad decision, given the period of time that we went through. 130/30, a little bit more complicated. As Randy talked about, I mean, this is a long-short strategy that is net 100% market exposed. You did it. It has contributed to the portfolio. So now you have another messy opportunity on your hands. One, is what Joe is suggesting unique? Is there no other public fund that's doing this? That it is not unique. In fact, I would say that it's reflective of the struggle that every institutional investor is having right now, trying to figure out more equity is not going to help me. It's going to add to my risk, and equities have had this huge run. Adding fixed income will help my risk, but it's a far cry, even with the slightly higher interest rates, from my actuarial benchmark. Real estate has had a good run through its cycle and may have a few more years to go, but if you already have a pretty healthy allocation, where do you go? And in the meantime, the marketplace of exposures has grown. I think, Terry, you've been involved. You've seen all the things that Joe has talked about. There are all these other exposures that are available that you don't have, similar to the three I just talked about historically that you considered, two that you adopted, one that you opted not to. So when we see other institutional funds grappling with this problem, they create something called, for many of the same reasons Joe said, they call them opportunistic allocations, which could be 0 to 5%. They also, they're in several portfolios, they're called diversifying assets, and they have the same objectives that Joe talked about. But they do differ in the sense that some of them are engineered to try to get a higher return and have higher, more equity-like risk. And some of them are more structured to be more like hedges to the equity core holdings in the portfolio. What Joe is proposing is clearly in the latter score. Is it messy? Yes, it is, because it's so much cleaner to say, I own stocks, I own bonds, I own real estate, let's go home. But that may not be enough, and simplicity is a virtue in and of itself, but it also, there's always trade-offs between simplicity and broader diversification. You try to find the sweet spot where you're not so diversified that the portfolio is too complex and difficult to understand, but you don't want it to be simple and mind-numbingly dumb because it's simple. And also some of these asset classes, as Joe explained, some of these asset exposures will sometimes use some exposures that are present in some of your other asset classes. That's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing in the sense that you'll understand them. It's a tougher thing because temporarily they'll add to that exposure a little bit. But what you're trying to do here is to essentially add another angle of diversification into the portfolio, if I understand Joe's proposal. And Becky and I talked about this last night and this morning. It does require some adjustments. We have to figure out a benchmark, which Joe has proposed. We have to figure out, when we do asset allocation, what is the capital market assumption, so we can figure out what we might expect or assume the portfolio to produce. You asked if you have enough staff. We have said often sitting at this table that your staff actually has a very aggressive and highly granular review of your asset manager portfolios in the public market. In fact, I would say unusually granular. In fact, I would say 98% of our clients do not have in-house FactSet and eVestment Alliance. So we would say, yes, there would be some learning involved, but you have the staff, and even if they stole just a piece of the time away from these very, very granular reviews of the other portfolios, there should be ample time to learn some of these new ones. Will the allocation produce 7.5%? I doubt it. As the chairman said, maybe except for private equity and private real estate, maybe nothing in your portfolio over the next 10 years will produce 7.5% or higher. So, we acknowledge that it is messy and it is difficult to get your arms around, and that the actual exposures as we best understand it, Joe, will actually emerge over time consistent with the guidelines that you presented to the board. So when you ask the question, well, what are we going to buy? You know what the guardrails around what you're going to buy, but you don't have a specific, other than the long treasury idea, right? At this moment, you don't have a specific, well, we're going to buy this product and then this product and then this product. So, you know, there's nothing unusual these days about the proposal that's before you, but we acknowledge that it's messier and from a board's perspective, harder to get your arms around. And we would echo Joe's view, my final point, that we're not interested in recommending to you that you do tactical asset allocation. The multi-asset strategies that he's talking about are, I would say, they are more active strategic managers. And the example he gave you is that over a number of years, they can make material changes in their asset allocation that a normal institutional investor using a strategic approach probably wouldn't do. But we wrote a white paper not too long ago about if you wanted to have essentially dynamic asset allocation within your portfolio, better to do it with a piece of your portfolio that is limited and that you place it in the hands of somebody that does it 24/7, 365 as opposed to trying to do it yourself. I'll stop there.
So is that a recommendation? So is the answer, I mean, shortly, is it yes or no? Is it additive?
I think that it can be additive to the purposes that Joe described. It can be a hedge to your equity portfolio, your equity exposure. But the proof is in the pudding because...
I think we all get what kind of the conceptual problem is. We got the status quo, and it's hard to know when you change from the status quo how to value what was and what is. And I don't think this board is particularly interested in just doing it because others are doing it.
I wouldn't recommend it on that basis.
Well,
I'm saying it's not unusual.
Right, but that's, I mean, we're unusual because we didn't do hedge funds. That's paid well for us. And we've CEM for 5 years said, everybody else might be in it, but you're really good. But from what Joe has laid out for us, you can't guarantee it, but in general, does it sound like it's an additive strategy?
It sounds like a very reasonable thing to do with a small part of your portfolio.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Who's going to do this? Who on our staff?
It would be the emphasis of myself, the public markets team, and the risk management team.
And by the way, none of the exposures or products that Joe mentioned, we have not already done research on for Becky, how many years? A decade?
Yeah.
Yes, and I failed to mention that. I mean,
Tell me that in the pod.
We do regular research on every exposure that Joe mentioned and have so for over a decade.
So the initial due diligence to get comfortable and then to propose, the implementation, part of the initial due diligence has been leveraging the resources of RBK and having specific discussions with them on specific strategies and managers. So our resources are not limited by what's in these walls. It is fully utilizing the broader resources in the research team at RBK.
As I remember, though, you did recommend hedge funds.
We did.
The fact is, we did say that it would be a good hedge. You opted to do real estate instead. The board made an excellent decision.
So I don't know how to put this. Part of the role of the board, it seems to me, is to bring sort of the collective common sense of a diverse group of Montans. This has been my pitch at the beginning. That's why the statute that says somebody has to be a lawyer and somebody has to be stock, somebody has to be agriculture and labor is such a neat idea. Not that
various constituencies are represented, but that you have a broad group of people who bring sort of common sense to the thing and say, okay, I understand this. If you could explain it to me, it might make sense, right? And I realize that's kind of a funny way to put it, but in many ways, I think that's very true. And that's kept us out of getting involved in some stuff where, you know, prior to 2008, everybody was dumping in exotic stuff that made no sense. And we avoided that because it didn't make sense. And we avoided hedge funds because A, it didn't make sense, and B, they weren't transparent. So we solved at least some of that problem here. And so I think, so part of the concern that I have is it, again, comes down to the fact that, okay, so I understand that there's a bucket of things that we're going to buy, but I still have a hard time explaining what it is we're going to buy.
Yeah, it's a good.
No, wait a minute.
Sure.
But you got professionals, and you got professionals who are saying, okay, within that bucket, these things can work. Okay, maybe I can buy that, but what about the rest of the constituencies that we have? You know, that's under sales with the legislature. I mean, what are they going to think of this? Of us having this classification that we can't really define. That is a bunch of strategies that are as expensive as anything we do.
That's not true, though. It's not as expensive as anything we do. You know, so it's comparable to the active management we have in our public equity portfolio. It's more expensive than what we do in fixed income. It's less expensive than private investments. But for the average Montanan, right, if you say, well, what does the Board of Investments do? One, they couldn't describe it, right? If you said, okay, well, here's what they do. There's a bunch of asset classes, and they have a process to choose among those asset classes, and they have professionals to do it. That's exactly what these multi-asset class strategies are. But in asset classes that we confirm they have the expertise beyond our expertise, right? So if you use the criteria that an average Montanan wouldn't understand this, well, they wouldn't understand what we do today.
No, that isn't the criteria. That's not what I'm saying.
But what
wait a minute, don't put words in my mouth. I'm saying that it seems to me that part of what we have to understand. I'm not just saying that I'm supposed to go out on the street and get the approval of anybody, the first person I walk up to. I'm saying we have to understand it, and I'm not convinced that I understand this yet. So that's one concern. But the other thing is that we're not in an island. We answer to the people with whose money we're investing, the retirement boards, and we answer to some extent to the legislature. And so one of the questions I have to our legislative liaison is, what do you think the reaction to the legislature to something like this is?
Well, you're asking me to speak, so I don't do that a lot. I think we've had an incredible run in the stock market. I think the market's way overvalued to a certain extent. There's numerous reasons for that, in my opinion. I'm not an expert, I just pretend to be one. But, you know, with low interest rates, I was talking to the Mr. Ewer, corporations have bought their stock back, which has lowered their amount of shares that are outstanding, so it looks like their earnings are better than they potentially. So they've manufactured earnings, in my opinion. Not illegally, it was just probably prudent for it to do it. There's a lot of debt out there, both consumer, in the private and public sector. Heck, I think it's very wise to be diversified and to plan that this market's not going to go up indefinitely. I'd throw out you know, as strange as this may sound, I'd use the four-letter word gold at this point, that I don't think even buying gold in a small portion in your portfolio is bad economic sense. It has intrinsic value, yeah, it doesn't spin off earnings like a bank account or a CD or stocks, but it does appreciate in value, especially if you think you could be entering into a high inflationary period. And you don't have to own physical gold to participate in it. You can buy it in ETFs, GLD. So no, I think it's very prudent, and as a legislator, that wealth preservation is just as good as wealth growth in certain timeframes in the market. I mean, you've had a heck of a run, but if you had a 40% correction, how would you feel? Bad. So if you can diversify your portfolio and go into areas that could appreciate, maybe not to 7.5%, but they don't go down, then you protected wealth. And I think in the long run, you have to balance those two things.
But to be clear, at the end, nothing is going to be purchased in this portfolio that isn't liquid, that isn't transparent, that isn't in the public markets. There's nothing exotic about what's being purchased. Now, how it's being combined with other things might be different than what we currently do or what the average investor that does. But we're not talking about SIVs or derivative things that have blown up in the past. We're talking about stocks and bonds, very liquid derivatives in some cases, like futures that the board has used in the past, S&P 500 futures, interest rate futures. We're not talking exotic things. We're talking about using the raw materials that are used today in our portfolio, but combining it dynamically in a different way, considering valuation at more frequent points than just a strategic view of being in there. So I think it is separated from even the decision pointed out on real estate, right? The buy into real estate is we made a commitment to invest in 10-year type term investments in illiquid buildings. That has a different risk profile than we're talking about here. We're talking about securities that are traded on a daily basis, are liquid and transparent, and if something were to happen, we could get out of them, not in years, but in a year or less, and in many cases within 30 days, right? So
it seems to me that we've already sort of put this in focus to me, They've already approved the asset classes. And so the question before the committee day, the board is scheduled to them.
Correct.
Investment objectives and guidelines, which does have some, what we used to call sideboards, and legislation has some guidance to what needs to be done. And don't necessarily want to cut off discussion if there's any, I think we've covered, it seems to me we've covered during every aspect of this issue, unless someone has something else that we...
Well, I think...
David?
It's a very important point of time. And so, from my perspective, your motion to adopt or reject this, let's assume you adopt this, then from my perspective, you empower us, we, your staff, through Joe. The next report you're likely to get is we've actually invested some money in something.
Right, I'm glad you pointed that.
But I think we should all understand that.
I wasn't trying to diminish the next step.
This is kind of a lift-off that we're asking for.
Can I ask an incredibly technical question? On John brought it up on the second page when we're permitted investments, securities and derivatives held in separate accounts. I think derivatives has a concern. You just said we wouldn't be investing in derivatives. Can we take N derivatives out there?
No, I didn't mean to say we wouldn't be investing in derivatives. We invest in derivatives today, right? We've invested in derivatives in the past. The derivatives that we would invest in would be liquid. An S&P 500 future is a derivative. A treasury bond is a derivative. Those would be used to implement this strategy. Are we going to seek out managers that are, doing complex, esoteric derivatives? That's not our focus at this time. If we were ever going to head down that route, we would have a conversation about that, because understand, what we're after here is transparency, is liquidity, is reasonable fees, to help achieve this goal of both diversification and return.
Anybody else?
And I'm sorry, I'm lost with the schedule.
Excuse me?
So the,
It's in the questions.
Okay.
On page 2.
Oh. What were you looking for, Carl?
the schedule.
So the schedules are the final thing right before tab 8. That's what I'd be asking you for consideration for your approval. As I, on the first page, as I walked through that, we've talked about the objectives. Specific though, we've talked a little bit, I gave reasoning about the benchmark, but it's really on the second page that the permitted investments come from. The permitted investments are literally cut and paste from other permitted investments we already have in one of the asset classes. So we're not opening the door here to something else we can't currently do. The difference here is how it's put together, and that's where other restrictions come in. You know, again, like every other grouping or asset class, we're limiting cash to 5%, other restrictions. Number 2 says, hey, if it seems like it's a good fit with another asset class, we're not really going to do it here, right? If it's, my example I gave, international equities, would put it in the international equity asset class. And then there is a chance, because these are funds, we might get distributions from them instead of cash distributions, same that we already have in our public markets. In private, if we get those, we'd sell them. And last, more for risk management and diversification, there would be no manager greater than 1%. So basically today, there would be no manager above 100 million in assets. The expectation today is probably a multi-asset class manager would be half of that, right? And so it's not going to be an unlimited number of managers would be investing in. That's why very comfortable to say we have the resources, right, to invest here. So these guidelines are very consistent with the guidelines we have other asset classes. It's just how the actual investments will be made. And I get that's why it's difficult, because it is similar, but it is different. And without, we're trying to keep things separate. Governance approving the policies, they didn't want to come today and say, board, approve these 3 strategies, right? Because that's not our governance model per se. But, and I'm not sure that's the best use of time. So, Mr. Chairman, any other questions that you might have on the goals and objectives here?
Unless somebody has something else, I would entertain a motion.
I would move that we adopt Schedule 2M.
Is there a second? Second, John, second. Any further discussion? Okay. I'll try a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Jack, anybody else? Carl?
5, right?
How do we do?
Okay, so Mark's a yay, Terry's a yay.
We better do a roll call. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Mark Nonig,
Yes.
Terry Cogy,
Yes.
Carl England,
No.
Jack Prothero,
No.
John Satry,
Yes.
Maggie Peterson,
Yes.
Jeff Greenfield.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Well, I'm not sure,
Well,
5-2. What's our?
but is that? Okay.
5-2.
yeah,
Motion.
there's 7 here. Yeah, and there's 2 nays. That makes 5.
That's, oh, it needs 5, right? We got a 9-person board.
You have to have 5
We
votes.
used to have.
You have to have 5 votes.
We used to have 9, we now have 7.
It's going to be fun saying I told you so.
Well, guys.
Yeah. I know.
I don't know how far wrong you can go with 0 to 4%, but we'll find out, I guess. Thank you. Let's go to the, Did you top that?
I think that's what our phrase, a brief respite was. Very brief.
Mr. Chairman, active passive debate. What a way to end the day, just before dinner. Seriously, it's a good discussion we'd like to have, and we've been having with many of our clients as active managers who have been going through the recovery since the great financial crisis, and there's been a lot of traction with investors to pursue passive investing. And a lot of times this conversation takes on the appearance of religion. You know, either you're one way or another. You're either passive or you're active. That's not how we do it. Just as a little bit of a prologue to the conversation, when we conduct asset allocation studies for you, which is coming up just shortly, and we've set our capital market assumptions for the year, it assumes a passive investment or an index investment for everything that you can own as a starting place. And then the decision of whether to go active or passive is intentionally done for every asset class. And in some asset classes, you don't have the option to index, such as private equity and such as equity real estate. So this is not necessarily a binary discussion we're having today, but these are ranges of investment implementation for asset class exposure that you have available to you.
In fact, what you'll find out is that our view is the religious yes or no gets in the way of thinking about an actual portfolio, and the real question is, where is it best to be active? Where must you be active because you have no passive choice? Where is it best to be passive? And it's all, these decisions are all probabilistic. There's no formula. You can be passive in place and be dead wrong. You can be active in another place and be dead wrong just as easily.
So on the left-hand side, some of the rationale given for considering active management is, first of all, it's centered on the belief that you can outperform an index.
Why is it left?
I'm sorry?
Why is it left?
That's a good question. Seems like maybe indexing should be left and active should be left.
I just thought there was some.
There's no subtle message here.
Go for it.
Alphabetical order.
Now we're bringing a whole different religion in.
It's like credits and debits, isn't it? I mean,
That's right. That's right. We'll just say it's alphabetical. Okay. So on the left-hand side, for many of those that pursue active management for either all or a piece of a portfolio, some of the common arguments are that markets are inefficient. There's information yet to discover that investors can exploit in trying to outperform a benchmark. It also is centered on the belief that there are skilled managers who can make use of this additional information to uncover potential for excess return. And there's also the belief that there are some managers who, in pursuing an active strategy, can lessen your risk relative to the index itself. And that's some of the arguments that have been made when we look at past active management behavior, or past active manager behavior in market corrections. Some of them were able to lose less than the market index themselves. On the passive side, these are portfolios that are designed to replicate or closely match the returns of an entire market. And they may be done with just a sampling of securities that together will behave like that whole market, or buying the whole market itself. And so the arguments made for passive management or index management, you'll hear us use both terminology in this presentation, can be a belief that a certain market is highly efficient. For example, the large cap equity market in the US is argued to be a more efficient market than others. The example that's typically used is if you track how many Wall Street analysts follow large cap companies and compare it to the number that follow small cap companies, it's some amazing number like 8 analysts for each large cap stock versus none or 1 or 2 analysts for small and mid cap stocks. So there's a lot less information that's easily obtainable in an efficient market. There's a lot of information that's easily obtainable. The opposite in a less efficient market. There's also in passive management a belief that manager skill can't predictably overcome the fee that managers charge. So managers just can't add alpha net of their fees. Again, this is one of the reasons it's given for considering index management. Or third, that even skilled investors are not necessarily truly different from those that are lucky. Luck versus skill. So here are the two sides of the argument. Either active management where you believe that there's something you can uncover to help you outperform an index, or passive management where there's the belief that just an index exposure is going to be most appropriate. We've got two examples at the bottom of successful managers in each case. On the left-hand side under active management is one of your active managers. It's been in the portfolio since 2006, Acadia, and it was referred to in Randy's report just a bit. And you can see the trailing period performance from 1 to 10 years. Performance versus the benchmark and the positive differential that has been able to be experienced during these periods. This is an example of a highly successful manager that has truly been able to, in their quantitative-oriented approach, outperform the benchmark. On the right-hand side, we have an exposure to the BlackRock ACWI ex-US fund, and that is a non-US exposure, as you can tell. And it's designed to replicate as closely as possible the returns of the broad benchmark. And even index management does take some managing, for example, dividends that are paid to non-US companies. It takes the efficient deployment of cash in the strategy to make sure that you aren't leaving money on the sidelines, if you will. And there's some positive excess return here, but it's not something we should ever count on. In fact, a lot of times in an international index, it's just due to the more favorable treatment of a U.S. investor in a tax-exempt portfolio when it comes to dividends. So generally, you should believe or pursue in a passive strategy just seeing a zero in that difference line over time.
So before we leave this page, the debate over active versus passive in any part of a portfolio is dominated by who will get the higher return. But as Becky pointed out, you should also think about risk, because if you are passive, you not only accept the market's return, you accept the market's risk. And so there are times, such as 1998 to 2000, where there was a heavy concentration in the tech companies, as you remember, in the index. That was the modus operandi of the marginal investor in that era. And if you were passive, you accepted the risk that they created. It turned out it was a lot of risk, and it unwound. Somewhat similar in 2006 and 2007 with financial institutions. Some would argue somewhat similar now with the FANG stocks, Amazon, Facebook, Netflix, and so on. So one of the things that we watch carefully is the degree of concentration in the index. As it gets more concentrated, and we recommend mixes of active and passive management virtually throughout our client base, but we start to get concerned about passive exposure and risk when the market has a love affair with a particular sector or something like that, to the extent that the index then becomes a very concentrated portfolio in terms of its dollars. And one of our research shows that active management, as Becky's third bullet point on the left shows, and Randy he talked about this for a moment, there are managers who consistently invest with a lower equity beta, meaning that if the market goes down 1%, they almost always go down 0.8%. Now you might not think that that's a lot, but that's 0.2% more of your assets that can go back up. So you can manage your risk better with active management, but in efficient markets, you can get higher net of fee returns quite often because the fees are so tiny for indexing.
So on the following page 3, we have a decision framework that's kind of interesting to think through that helps, again, fight against that initial reaction of a proclivity towards either active or passive management in a binary approach. And it just points out, and Jim is going to go through these in a little bit more detail, that there's several factors to consider. The first is the investor-related factors. You know, what is the utility or value they place on earning excess return? What is their risk tolerance? What's the time frame of the investor? What is their decision-making conviction? When they do make decisions, do they stick with them over time? What are the opportunity costs they're facing? So it's all about the investor where you start the conversation. Then we look at the market or the opportunity-related factors, and those include in the middle of the page under the column labeled number 2, The degree of that particular asset class's efficiency or lack thereof. You know, one of the asset classes that we inferred is the subject of much of this debate tends to be large cap U.S. equity. Is it efficient or not? That's something that tends to be looked at. The all-in fee levels of implementing an active versus passive approach. Some clients have a budget reality where they are being pressured to reduce fees dramatically. And so it may take out of the equation the degree of the number of active managers that they have in their portfolio because there's a lot of fee pressure present at that particular point. And there may be, as we look at different market cycles, the strength of the current opportunity set. One of the things that we talked about a little bit in Randy's report is the small cap opportunity set. In some cases, there is a richer environment for small cap managers to outperform, and they happen to be open and accepting new assets. In other cases, when small cap has been running, you may not have the ability to find as many active managers, so you may be forced to more of a passive opportunity set at that point. So the investor has factors to consider, so that's all of you as a board. There are opportunity-related factors in the marketplace to consider. And then finally, the third is the behavioral factors, is us as human beings have to hold on to the decisions that we've made, and what are some of the factors to consider there. Some investors just have a bigger loss aversion, and that has to work its way into the decision-making process. Other investors are just more opportunistic or optimistic and say, hey, I think I could put my faith in active managers and be more optimistic that they may be successful. Some investors have a predisposition for change or lack thereof. Some may want to come in and make changes when they join a board or are afraid to make changes in an investment program. And other investors have a hindsight worry or bias, and we'll describe that in a little bit, where they're afraid of being held accountable to the absolute results that came as a result of their decision, as opposed to being held accountable for the process that they follow. So Jim, not to blow your thunder or your points, let's have you turn to the next page.
So Mr. Chair, this only counts as one metaphor, okay?
I was waiting for the first.
Yes.
So when you think about the active-passive decision, and this board has several years back engaged in a very active and deep discussion of this, which caused some pretty good changes in the portfolio, and that have been beneficial, at least to date. No guarantees that it'll be the right strategy for the future. So when you think about the active-passive question, the first thing you have to say is, okay, where am I talking about? Am I talking about the portfolio? Well, that's not meaningful. Am I talking about small cap equity? Am I talking about core plus fixed income? First of all, find out what you're talking about first. So, and here's the formula. Once you decide that, this is the metaphorical formula, I would suggest. The first thing you have to think about is kind of, what's your best guess, your best estimate, most thoughtful estimate a priori of the probability of outcomes for active versus passive, where you're focused on. And we're going to get to that in the next page. Then the next factor is, what's the investor's decision-making process? Do you have resources that are applied to this? Do you have models such as the ones that you purchased for your staff? Does your staff have a process for making these decisions? In the case of a delegated model such as you have, do you have a decision-making process that you have conviction in? Because if you're just throwing spaghetti at the wall, that's not a very strong process.
Is that the metaphor, spaghetti?
Oh, that's the second one, I'm
I
sorry.
did the first one, so that counts.
He hasn't gotten to the first one.
Yeah, I'm completing the first one. And then the third part of the formula is what Becky was talking about when she said, what do you care about, essentially? How much do you care about pursuing excess return? In the case of a pension plan, excess return, if you succeed, can help you push down contribution rates and get better funding. On the other hand, we've sat in front of boards that said, we as a board do not want to push the pedal. We're happy with being right in the middle of the pack, because we think, given our constituencies and our mandate and our interpretation of our fiduciary duty, if we're right in the middle, that's fine with us. In fact, that's your charge, to always think of us as wanting to be there. So how much you care and what you care about matters. So if you look on page 4 and you kind of think about those 3 parts to that formula that leads to an active-passive decision, and again, it can be a mix. It doesn't have to be all active or passive. The utility of excess return is an example of, do you care about this, and if so, how much? Again, not all investors care a great deal about excess return. Other ones, it's their whole purpose for being is to try to generate excess return. Risk tolerance and investment time horizon. Some of them, some fiduciaries say, I hate risk, I'm willing to take the trade-off for not taking as much risk, which generally over time is lower returns. Investment time horizon. I recognize that we're an impatient group, or we're a very patient group, or we can afford to be a patient group. You have to understand what actual time horizon you work under. And there are special kind of funds that actually have finite time horizons. So for example, if you're building a pool of money to decommission a nuclear plant, and you know when it's likely to go offline, you have a finite horizon. So your time horizon plays into this decision. The number 5 and 6 I would point to as aspects of the second part of the formula, which is what's your decision-making process? Is it a kind of process that you have conviction in? The second, point number 6 is, do you think you've devoted sufficient resources to it? And resources is not just numbers of people, it's also tools, but it's also the process that the fiduciaries go through in terms of, just as the discussions you had today, making sure that you're in sync with anyone or any party that you've delegated a decision to. There are some people that care more about fees than anything else. We don't happen to agree with that. We're very fond of net of fee results for the portfolio, but it's not our money, and there are individuals and sometimes boards for whom the sensitivity to fees is way high, higher than sometimes than or as high as their pursuit of returns. And then there are some select funds that have unique investment constraints in statute or in the Constitution or in their charter, even if they're private ones. So now we go to the part of the formula on page 5 that says, what's the best assessment of the a priori opportunities for successful application of active management as opposed to passive? So what you have here on the right-hand side is the most concise summary table that comes out of our, what is it, a 30-page paper
Annual study
that we do every year, adding the previous year's data to our long-standing database to ask the question, what is the probability, based on past experience, of the likelihood, the probability of being successful in the application of active management. So let's just do 2 of them. One that screams active management doesn't work very well here. So let's look, for example, at U.S. large cap growth equity. And that is under U.S. equity, it's the second row down. The median manager, and these are rolling 3-year periods that we track all these active managers through.
Net of fees.
Net, and we take off fees. The median manager has underperformed over our study period, which now stretches back to probably 2001, by 27 basis points. So if you, going back to the formula, if your conviction is not so strong in your decision-making process, or you don't have a strong feeling about how important it is to pursue excess returns, U.S. large cap growth equity is not, it doesn't stand out as a great opportunity to have lots of active management. Now that doesn't mean that any category, the best managers, can't outperform. There is, and that's why this is not a religious question. Let's take that same category where it doesn't look like this is a very good place to roll the dice on active management. There are still, the top quartile still outperforms over rolling 3-year periods the appropriate benchmark by over 160 basis points. So there are always good and bad managers. The question is, what's the spectrum? And is it centered more to the downside, and does it have a downside tail as well? So if, again, you look at large cap growth equity, you notice that the losers, large cap growth equity, the losers lose in the bottom quartile by more than the winners win in the top quartile. So not only is it centered below meeting the benchmark, but the downside tail actually stretches a little bit further than the upside tail. Not a great place to have active management. But if you have a great decision-making process and it's very important for you to pursue active returns, that doesn't mean that you can't win in this category with active management, but the deck is stacked against you a bit. Now let's take core plus fixed income. That's the second row down under fixed income. In this particular category, the median manager does better. And so it does better than the benchmark. So that in this particular case, if you felt that, gee, our decision-making process is probably average, it can probably over time and a number of selections pick the median manager. That might not be so bad. 76 basis points is not bad over rolling 3-year periods for the last, going on close to 20 years now. And notice that the tail is positively skewed. The top quartile has outperformed by over 160 basis points, whereas the bottom quartile tends to underperform by just a little bit. So this is not a great place that cries out for lots of passive management, because there apparently are a fair number of opportunities for active management to add some additional value and bring value to the portfolio.
We should mention here, if you wouldn't mind, Jim, that these results do change over time. We've done this study for years, every year. And one of the things that we've seen is some of these asset class tendencies have changed. And they make sense. The changes make sense. For example, in core plus fixed income and core fixed income, just a few years ago, you would see those median numbers be red. In other words, the median manager wasn't making progress versus the benchmark. But here you look at these numbers and say, why would you consider going passive? Well, some of the dynamics of the market today is that the U.S. fixed income market is so dominated by sovereign or government-related debt that managers have had an easier time navigating around that, trying to make excess return by having more credit exposure. So there are cycles that we do observe that result in these trends making a lot of sense.
This is a good example of a concentrated, I told you, an index can get very concentrated.
Yes, even in fixed income.
The Barclays Ag has become extremely concentrated in the biggest borrower in the index, which is the U.S. government. So when you buy the Barclays Ag, with every passing quarter, you're buying more and more U.S. paper. And so it becomes less a good benchmark. And so it becomes essentially easier for managers to manage around by not owning so much U.S. paper. Now, it can hurt during times when there's a flight to quality and people want nothing but U.S. paper, but flights to quality are sporadic. And for the most part, people are chasing yield, not flight to quality. So last example, if you look down at the international area, as Randy mentioned, you can see that there is an a priori expectation of a higher probability, but no guarantee, that in the international space, active management can produce, when combined with a good decision-making process, there's a reasonable chance to expect some positive return above what you have in your asset allocation expectations, as Becky pointed out. And that's particularly true with emerging market equities, and that's consistent with what Becky said about information. If you want to see a sector that has the least amount of information on the individual companies whose securities one can purchase, emerging markets stands out like a sore thumb. Try getting some good research on those. If we could move to, and interrupt at any time with questions, by the way, if we could move to page 6. One of the things that institutional investors, and I hope individual investors, have learned over time, and we're big believers in it, is kind of know thyself. And thyself meaning we're all human beings, consultants too, believe it or not. And we all have, as has been pointed out by some outstanding research in behavioral finance and behavioral economics, we have tendencies to behave in financial and risk decisions in particular ways. We have these biases in the back of our reptilian brain. And one of them is that many of us really hate to lose money. And so if that makes us fond of being either defensive, more so than would rationally make sense under the circumstances, or it makes us hug the benchmark for, like, I don't feel I'm losing, even if the benchmark goes down, and even if it does much worse than active management in that particular area in that time, I feel like I have not lost anything. We know that during manias, the optimistic bias can be incredibly strong. It's what creates these periods of time like 1998, 2000 for the tech bubble, 2005 to 7 for the finance and real estate bubble, and maybe today as well. Bitcoin is a wonderful example. Tulips is the classic example. We know that we have a tendency to push valuations higher than they can rationally be supported. And so it's very hard. There's a companion bias called the herding instinct. When we see that happen and we see other people making money or appearing to make money, as in the case of Bitcoin, we kind of want to participate because we're optimistic that we won't be the last one. There's this predisposition for change. When I became a trustee, I benefited from the fact that I went to visit the longtime chair of the board that I was going to join, and I said, how should I think about this assignment? You know, I expect to be here for 4 years. What should I think about? He gave me some very wise advice. He said, don't come in thinking you need to change everything. You may decide that at some point, but before you do that, understand all the biases that are in the portfolio, all the overweightings and underweightings, and know their history, how they performed, and why they're there. He said, and then you're a trustee, you say whatever you want. It was very, very wise advice. And I think that if a new trustee ever came to me for advice, I would give them the same advice that he gave me, because I thought it was great. And then there's the hindsight bias, which Becky described very well, which is if you have a good process, don't let a bad result, singular, cause you to lose faith in the process or the sector of the market, because even good processes, as you could tell from the table that I showed you, you can have a good process and have good decision making, and still it's probabilistic. You could end up with a bottom quartile manager. One of the good things about your staff's intensive review of managers is that, as Randy said, they have made changes over time. They have terminated managers. And so that is essentially the counterbalance to not letting 20/20 hindsight drive all of your future decisions.
And just so Jim doesn't get penalized by another metaphor, the tulip mania story, we'd love to share over dinner or another time, but there was a time.
If you're not familiar with the tulip story.
Yes, it's actually historic. Interesting story about humans putting great value in something that actually didn't have a lot of intrinsic value. And that was tulip bulbs in Holland. So great story there. Not a metaphor, an actual event in
yes,
history.
not a metaphor.
I didn't count that.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that it wasn't.
I feel I've got 2 more.
It was in Holland.
I got spaghetti against the wall.
Yeah, spaghetti.
I got,
He said herd
pedal
instinct.
to the metal and middle of the pack.
Yes, middle of the pack.
Oh.
Yeah, so there was a car and then there was an animal reference.
Who did
Maybe now.
range?
Oh, poor Jim.
I'm turning it back to you.
Page 7. Just a reminder of where Montana is with regard to indexing in your equity programs. You can see this on this page, and Randy made reference to the allocations here that are active and passive. So in the domestic equity pool, you have just under half in active strategies, and in international, the same is true. In fact, a little bit more active management is present there, but under 50%. This has changed over time, which we'll show you in a couple pages, but this is where you sit today.
And this is not plus or minus 10% for each of these. This is very similar to the vast majority of RBK funds.
Absolutely. If you turn the next page, in fact, you can see the results from our public funds study that we put out, survey we put out twice a year. And it tends to track between 70 and 90 other public funds who send their information to us voluntarily, and we're able to dig a little bit more deeply into their portfolios than we can in just the performance universe that we have that we'll show you the results of tomorrow. But if you look on the left-hand side, compared to your peers in this survey, the degree of active equity exposure versus your peers is fairly close to the middle, the median. The box actually shows you the 25th to the 75th percentile, and then some people call the whiskers, the line on the top and the bottom, show you the distribution between the 95th and 5th percentile. So you can see that you have a fairly on-par allocation to active management. In U.S. equities and international equity, actually less. More of your peers have a higher degree of active management in international. So we thought you would find it interesting to see where you sit relative to other organizations. And then just looking a bit at the history on page 9, there are many of you on the board and on staff too that have been through this cycle of the change and the increase in passive management that took place in 2011. But you can see on the left-hand side of this page in the bright green line, the domestic equity, passive equity allocation was more like sub 30% in 2010, and then climbed up to the mid-60s, as you'll see, in 2011. And over time, you can see where it's trended. And the same information in international equity, you can see that that change took place just a little bit later in 2012, just a little bit behind the domestic equity portfolio. And it was really driven by both some underperforming managers in a degree, right, and a desire to reduce fees overall. So it was a really combination strategy. And today, I think the staff and in our discussions together with RBK is realistic by saying, hey, you know, this is our current structure, but let's look at the opportunity set. What's going on today? Is there more active management in certain areas that we should try to pursue in today's environment versus this historical decision? But you can see that it's a fairly similar level of passive management today as it has been for a number of years. So, page 10, future considerations. It's obviously prudent and a fiduciary obligation to continue to monitor your active managers. When we see active managers and the desire to move on, it's always a valid decision set to either decide to replace that, if it's an underperforming active manager, with an index replacement, either temporarily or long-term, or consider another active management. It's another opportunity to make that decision. It's also a good idea to continue to look at the relative efficiencies of marketplaces. One of the things that we've noticed, we talked about in the fixed income market in that active passive study, that the nature of it has changed since we've done this study. We've also seen international equity change. In fact, we used to see that just your general EFA type of manager outperformed the median quite handily in past years. We've seen that market become more efficient over time, and emerging and small cap international really be the more standout opportunity, but that cycle has changed through time. And number 3, it's always a good idea to continue to look for opportunities for fee negotiations with your active managers and to keep an eye on that ball, and hence the discussion that your staff made reference to in terms of us looking at the marketplace of managers and showing the range of where we think fees are in the various strategies that you're engaged in. So it's always a good idea to see what the marketplace pricing opportunities are with your managers.
So this is a flyover of our annual active passive review. If we're fortunate enough to have some of you come to visit, we can set aside some additional time to actually dig a little bit deeper into that research, and I think you'll find it most interesting. It's very accessible because it's all in graphic form, and I think it's actually more accessible than the overview that we gave you here today.
Jim, you touched on it briefly, but I've been hearing in the financial press more and more comments about a passive investing bubble. Or what? The what?
Yeah.
Passive investing bubble.
Yes.
And what?
Well, that's first of all, if you look at the long term of, say, the median manager or the top quartile manager versus a passive index, you'll see that active management and passive management go in cycles. Almost everything in the market goes in cycles. And so I'm not sure we agree that there's a passive bubble. But we do know that, that the cycle will shift at some point. In the last 7 years, which as Randy and we have many times discussed at this table, have been particularly tough on active managers because the market movements have been so uniform. Correlations have been low, the market has generally trended up, which is generally favorable to passive management versus active management. And the Federal Reserve has created this calmness, which only broke 2 weeks ago.
Low volatility for a long period of time.
Low volatility for years, and in fact, up to in the past year, it's been so low it's been barely detectable. Those are very unusual years in the history of the capital markets. So there is an argument that people make that active management should start doing better. And in fact, in 2017, all of the median, I shouldn't say all, but many of the median active manager results tweaked up a bit. So we'll see. No guarantee of a major change in active versus passive competition. The other reference to a passive bubble really is one that we care more about, and it's the one I discussed before. It's whether or not a small group of stocks, like in 1998 to 2000, you have 10 stocks accounting for a very large percentage of the S&P 500 value. Yes, you're buying the S&P 500, but your dollars are mostly pouring into 8 or 10 stocks. And that's something that makes us nervous, and it has to do with accepting the market's risk, which maybe you want to do and maybe you don't want to do.
Yeah, a lot of active managers wouldn't take that individual stock risk. They want to be more diversified.
And they suffered during that period and then outperformed substantially as a general rule in 2000, 2002.
So we're not making recommendations for change today, but just giving you some education about the process to consider those allocations, and we, along with your staff, will be very forthcoming if we see a need to change that active-passive mix that you have today.
Cool. And don't forget the commercial to come and spend some hours with us. It's collaboratively developed agenda. We'll present you with an agenda. You can cross things off and say, what about this? And we'll work with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dana, we set for
Yep.
what time?
6 o'clock at Wasweiler, west of town. Allow plenty of time for driving out there.
Anything else to say?
No, sir.
All right, 8:30 in the morning.
Is this a definition of Montana direct?